Morning, everybody. Okay, the board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs and 4 LPNs and 1 physician and 1 consumer. We are on 3 board member panel, and 1 will serve as an alternate.
I don't think we have a real tool. Can we turn that? Sorry. Voice. There we go.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna start all over. The board is made of 13 members, 7 RNs and 4 LPNs, 1 physician and 1 consumer. We are a 4-member board, but 1 will serve as alternate in the cases that we hear today in the deliberation and decision concerning the case. I'm gonna start with my left and introduce the panel.
Dr. Lacey Gentry, nurse educator, RN.
Nancy Norris Johnson, LPN,
Really Walker, LPN.
and the alternate will be Janie Clinton, RN. And I'm going to introduce the Attorney General for today will be Alexis Morris, and I'll turn it over to her. Oh, before I turn it over to her, I'll ask Miss Lacey to pray.
Bow with me, please. Gracious Father, we humbly bow before your throne and we thank you for the opportunity to serve you and further your kingdom. Help our decisions we make today to be just and fair. Help us to protect the public while promoting our wonderful profession of nursing. We thank you for this day and the beauty within it, and we ask that you help us to go forth and be your hands and feet of goodness in Jesus. In your son's name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alexis Morris with the Attorney General's office. The first matter on the today's docket is case number 2024-0753, Ms. Rhonda Aikman. Correct. Great. Again, my role as hearing officer during the course of these proceedings will be to rule on objections to any questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderliness of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules of the state of Mississippi. Again, I know the board members just introduced themselves, but for the purposes of the record, can we have the members introduce themselves again, please?
Holly Walker, LPN. Nancy Norris Johnson, LPN.
Lacey Gentry, RN.
Okay. And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
Is the licensee, Ms. Aikman, are you present today?
I am.
And are you represented by counsel?
I am not.
Okay. I do have a couple of questions, because you are not represented by counsel. Do you understand that you have the right to an attorney?
I do understand.
You also understand that you have the right to, have any witnesses testify on your behalf.
I do understand.
You further understand that you have the right to subpoena, and have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf.
I do.
Notwithstanding the same, do you wish to proceed in this matter without representation? Okay. Are there any other individuals in attendance that will give testimony other than yourself today? For the board?
No, Your Honor.
At this time, I would ask that Ms. Aikman be sworn in.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Are there any preliminary matters at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. We request that B1 through B10 be admitted into the record, and for the petitioner, the P1 through P2 also be admitted.
Any objection to these documents being admitted
None. Thank you.
from the board?
No, Your Honor.
At this time, I would like to admit B1 through B10 and P1 and P2 into evidence. This is a restoration hearing, so the order will be as follows. Opening statements, if any. We'll hear arguments or any type of statements from both sides. At the conclusion of the presentation, we'll allow for closing statements. The board panel will make findings of fact and conclusions of law, render a decision, and a copy of that decision will be sent to you in about 45 days. At this time, if there are no other preliminary matters, opening statements, if any.
Forgive me, I've never done anything quite like this. So I did write something. Can you hear me okay? Good morning, members of the board. In 2019, I self-reported that I was charged with DUI to the Mississippi Board of Nursing, and I was to appear before the board for a hearing. There was rescheduling of that hearing, but due to me being in treatment at the Home of Grace, I was not present at that hearing. Due to numerous circumstances, including the global pandemic with COVID happening in 2020, I did not receive notice of this hearing or the opportunity to reschedule it at that time. So in June of 2020, my license was revoked due to my absence at that hearing. At today's hearing, I will provide evidence to prove that I have successfully completed my treatment and have overcome the challenges with alcohol that I did experience in 2019, so that I can be reinstated as a nurse. Prior to the revocation of my license, I had 26 years of exemplary nursing practice, and I believe that I can safely resume practice as an RN.
You. Statements from the board?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Ms. Aikman is here today asking for a license to be restored. Ms. Aikman's license to practice nursing was revoked by this board in September of 2020. According to her final order, she entered a guilty plea to 2 counts of felony driving under the influence in the Circuit Court of Stone County on February 3rd, 2020. In her letter to the board, Ms. Aikman acknowledged that she has had a history of substance abuse that included alcohol and prescription medications. She has not practiced as a nurse since 2019. In considering restoring her license to practice nursing, we asked the panel to consider how long it has been since she practiced nursing, the circumstances that led to her losing her license, her ability to practice nursing safely, her conduct since losing her license, her compliance with all the restoration requirements, and that the public will be protected if her license is restored. Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to give the panel an opportunity to review the exhibits that were admitted into the record. At this time, would you like to question, if you have any questions for Ms. Aikman?
Do you want to give her a statement?
Do you have any statements that you would like to give to the board before the board council questions you and before we open up the questions from the panel?
Like statements from myself?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Not really sure. I did write a letter that's included, I believe, in the packet. That kind of speaks for itself. I don't really understand how I'm supposed to proceed.
Okay. Yes, all right. Thank you.
Ms. Aikman, I got a few questions for you. Will you state your name, your county of residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
Rhonda Aikman. I am currently 53 years old. I live in Stone County, Mississippi. And I'm sorry.
Where your place of employment?
Okay, I currently work at a call center from home. It's a remote job for Continuum Global Solutions. I work for insurance companies and over-the-counter. It's basically kind of a healthcare related customer service position.
Is that what you've been doing since?
I started that job in April of 2021. So I've been employed with that one company for a little over about 3.5 years now.
Where did you, can you tell us your educational background, where you attended school?
Yes, I took my prerequisite classes at Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College in Perkinston, received my associate's degree there. And then I pursued my bachelor's degree at the University of Southern Mississippi at the Gulf Coast campus in Long Beach and graduated in 1994 with my bachelor's degree in nursing.
And when were you first licensed as a nurse?
In 1994, I'm thinking July when I took the boards.
Can you tell us a little bit about because you were licensed in 99, can you talk about your work history as a nurse because you lost them in 2020?
Yes, I began working in July of 1994 in a nursery in Greenville, Mississippi. I worked there for 1.5 years. And then I started a job with home health in Gulfport in Biloxi, Mississippi. I did that for about 5 years. And from there, I went to Garden Park Medical Center, worked there for 10 years in labor and delivery. Additionally, worked at Biloxi Regional Medical Center think I was there about 15 years total. There was a period of time where I overlapped and worked PRN at one and full-time at the other. And then the last 5 years were at Gulfport Memorial Hospital in labor and delivery and the newborn nursery. And that was the last nursing job I had since till September 2019.
There was an assessment from 2022, I believe.
Correct.
In there, it says you started drinking in 2010. Can you tell us kind of what started that?
I had gone through a divorce of a 20-year marriage that ended, and rewinding to about 2008, I also had what I now identify as my first addiction, which was food, and had weight loss surgery, and should have probably never started to drink, but I quickly became enthralled in drinking and became addicted quite quickly in 2010 with that freedom that divorce enabled me. I was in a very toxic narcissistic marriage for those 20 years. So that began the avalanche. That began in 2010.
2010 is when it started.
Yes.
So would you say the divorce, I guess in your opinion, is the divorce what led to that substance abuse problem? Did you ever have an issue before that?
No, my ex-husband was a heroin addict, and I was very codependent and enabling in that situation, maintaining a normal life on the outside, didn't drink or do anything. I was very much covering up for his problems. So I guess when that was no longer my focus, and I didn't have to cover up for that anymore, I guess I began to cope negatively in using alcohol.
So you were around illegal drugs then and didn't have an issue? Is that
No, never,
you never did anything with them?
never did any.
How long were you and your husband together?
21 years, married 20, and had 3 children.
How many DUIs have you had on your record?
In 2014, I received 2 DUIs, and I did go to a 30-day secular rehab. Gained some tools there, but I was still very much in denial and really never stopped drinking. In 2014, I entered into a relationship with a much younger man, and his lifestyle was very much younger. He was younger than me. That lifestyle was very much of a party lifestyle. So we continued to drink. So in 2014, that relationship also ended, and I received those 2 DUIs then. But I did do a decent level of recovery, but it wasn't enough. And I continued to drink until it spiraled in 2019, where I did receive 2 DUIs in April of 2019 and another in June of 2019. So those 5 total.
5 total.
Yes, sir.
In that letter, you said it, and I mentioned this earlier, you said you were taking medications that you were abused. What medications were those?
It was a progression of antidepressants and anti-anxiety medications. I did work night shifts, so those there was also medications for sleep. Struggled with chronic insomnia, so I was in an endless cycle of taking things that would help me sleep, and then drinking with those, and then also I do have ADHD, so I was prescribed Vyvanse for that. I didn't ever obtain them illegally or anything. I did fill a lot of prescriptions, and looking back, I'm overwhelmed by the amount that I actually was taking back then. But I now take nothing.
Currently you don't take any medications? Not even for your anxiety?
No, I do not.
Were you incarcerated?
I was.
How long?
10 months was the total time incarcerated, plus 3 months of house arrest, which actually was, my sentence should have been 9 months, but due to COVID, they didn't get papers processed. So I remained on house arrest while they processed all of that, and I just waited until they were finished with everything. But so it was a little over 10 months that I actually served.
Were you on parole for any period of time?
I was.
How long were you on parole?
I believe the time frame was 3 years.
So 10 months incarcerated and then 3 years on parole? What,
Wait, it was 3 years total for my sentence. So I subtract, the math gets very confusing to me. As a matter of fact, I applied for restoration at the end of my parole, thinking that I was completed, and it was not. It was the probation that had to be ended before I could be restored. So I did this process a week before I found out I was not eligible for restoration, my hearing. So I had this packet all together from 2022.
you were still on probation?
I was still on probation. Yes, that probation had begun. So I think 3 years was the total amount of my sentence. So 2 years and 2 months was the parole part of that sentence.
In here, I saw your parole got revoked or I'm sorry, your parole. Your bond got revoked. Can you tell us why?
Correct.
Why did your bond get revoked?
I was on out on bond for the 2 charges in April, and then I was arrested for another in June. And essentially, I believe what had happened is there was not communication that there was pending charges, and they just let me out each time, and they probably should have never done that. And then I guess it was noticed that I had 3 consecutive charges, and they just had a hearing and revoked my bond, and I went to jail that day and stayed there until served and I completed my rehab.
Were you, when you got the DUIs the last time, were you working at the time?
I was, yes, I was working at Gulfport Memorial in the nursery.
Did you ever work under the influence?
No, I did not.
Did you ever have any issues at work, but because of your addiction? Did you ever take anything? Can
No.
you tell us your date of sobriety?
July 16th of 2019.
And what kind of your support system do you have now? You talked a little bit about past relationships. What kind of support system do you have now?
Well, my husband, who's here with me today, we met in 2014 in the midst of all of my previous DUIs, and we quickly fell in love and got married. So we've been married a little over 9 years. So he has been a rock of support for me and has stood by me through all of this. I have a family in my mother and my stepmother, my father, and I have several siblings, my children, his children, my husband's children, so my stepchildren. And I am currently I'm the ministry leader for Celebrate Recovery in Wiggins, and we have a huge support system. I have a sponsor, lots of accountability partners. I have a recovery community that we call each other forever family. So I have a very strong support system in that. My church, I'm very active with my church and my pastor. I attend small groups. I have a team that I serve on. I sing on the worship team, so I have that whole team. I never am without someone I can call if I'm having any problems.
Do you do any, you said several things. So do you do any AA meetings or anything, or is that?
I did AA initially, but once I found Celebrate Recovery, that was the one that fit for me. So I dove into Celebrate Recovery and have attended 4 in-person advanced leadership trainings to become a leader and to just promote that. I sponsor other women. I'm getting ready to lead a 12-step study. They call it a step study. It's an intense 1 year. I've completed my own step study, which is a year-long program on your own. So, I don't really attend AA anymore, but I do. I'm very immersed. As a matter of fact, tonight, so I need to get back to Wiggins for that.
How often do you meet?
We have meetings once a week, but the step study is another night of the week. I also attend when I'm able. There's an online national meeting I attend on Wednesdays. And there's other online events that I do attend when I'm able to.
I know you said you sponsored it, but do you have a sponsor? Somebody that,
I do.
how long have you had that sponsor?
Since 2020.
Can you kind of talk about, and you've said several, can you kind of talk about some of the treatment facilities that you've been through and how long you were in them?
The first in 2014 was Clearview in, I can't remember the city, Moselle, Mississippi, maybe. I think it's Clearview. Again, it's a secular 28-day rehab, a very good program, but when you, in my opinion, when you've got an issue with addiction, it kind of takes more than 28 days. So for me, that was the truth for me. But it was a good program and I had a successful completion of that. And then the Home of Grace is a 90-day program in Goshen, Mississippi. It's Christ-centered. In that program, you attend multiple classes with multiple types of teachers in different areas of it's more about learning how to be discipled and just to live a different life, not to just become sober. Also, while attending Home of Grace, you receive counseling from licensed counselors to include family counseling, which we all did while I was there. And so that program was completed, but I do also still attend their alumni monthly. Once a month, we do get to go back to the Home of Grace and kind of minister to the ladies that are current clients so we can give them some hope about where our lives are now, where we can give our testimonies and hopefully impact their recoveries.
So you still kind of go back to.
Yeah, I do every second Saturday.
If the panel orders drug testing or any evaluations or monitoring, would that be something that you would be open to, or?
Sure, yeah, completely transparent. No problems with that.
Do you have any concerns about, because it sounds like your support system and totally different than what it was, but do you have a concerns about relapse?
I mean, there's always a opportunity for something like that to happen, but I personally feel very confident that there's no relapse risk for me. I won't say that I'm immune to it because nobody is, but I don't fear it. I have confidence in my recovery and the tools that I've developed over time and the people that I have in my life to help keep me grounded. So I don't personally feel at risk in that.
So what's different now from when your substance abuse issues first started?
The stability of my home life. Our God is the center of our life, and we're very involved in church and our children's lives. We don't. It's the change of people, places, and things completely.
I have no further questions, John.
At this time, before I open up questions for the panel, I'd like to introduce a new board member. Will you please state your name for the record? Jenny Clinton. Before we proceed, do you approve of Ms. Clinton asking questions and deliberating on this matter? She missed your opening statement. So if it's okay with you, I'd like to put that on the record that you agree to her asking questions and reviewing the exhibits and testimony that's presented.
Objection.
At this time, I will open up the panel for questions.
Are you on any prescription drugs right now?
I have prescriptions that are active, but I'm not taking, there was something that my doctor gave me to help me sleep. It's actually an antidepressant, but I'm not even taking that right now. It's called Doxepin, but I find that I don't even need it. And he wanted to also help me with some of my ADHD symptoms and giving me something like a non-stimulant. I believe it's Concerta, but it gives me headaches, so I don't take that either. But there are active prescriptions. I just not have filled them in a while. I did recently have a broken finger and I had surgery on my hand and, they prescribed something. I think I may have taken 1 or 2 doses of it.
You remember what that was?
It was either Percocet or Norco. I don't remember which one.
What was the date of that surgery?
September the 19th.
You currently possess that prescription?
No, I do not. No, well, I mean, not with me here.
Right.
It's in our medication cabinet at home. The remaining tablets that are there are locked up. But I usually, my husband is a disabled veteran and we go to the VA a lot, so I collect medicine that is expired and that we don't use, and they have a disposal that we take them to. So that's in my to-do list to take that down there.
And what kind of work are you doing now?
It's a call center job from home. It's a customer service. I wear the headset and answer calls and help people with their medical benefits through their health insurance.
Good morning, Ms. Morrison. Quick question. You told us your work history. You said you were in Biloxi 15 years. Was that L&D as well?
Yes. Other than the short period of home health, almost all 26 years were labor and delivery and then nursery.
You mentioned 12 steps and you're helping others navigate the 12 steps. Which step did you find most challenging in your recovery?
I think probably for everyone, the fourth step, when you're doing your inventory and you're reliving all of the terrible things of, well, the good and the bad, but those are some of the hardest things. And back in 2014, when I went through the first rehab, when I got to the fourth step, I truly gave up. It was too much for me, and I honestly began drinking more heavily after that. There's a lot more under the trauma for me, childhood trauma that kind of kept me in that bad marriage. So there was a lot more I had to unpack in that fourth step, but it was challenging, but also the most rewarding.
You, the Home of Grace, your treatment there, I know you said you went to the secular recovery center in 2014, but what were the dates on Home of Grace again?
COVID shut Home of Grace down. So I went in February of 2022 to be admitted, but I was in 22 days and they closed. So while most of the other clients went home, I went back to the jail for 6 weeks while it was closed. So my 90-day program was much longer than that because of that delay. But then I returned and actually graduated July the 3rd of 2020. So
And you said you'd had your sponsor since 2020. How often do you communicate with your sponsor?
for a while, it was pretty much daily. We definitely still almost daily text or communicate in some way, but talking probably weekly right now. I'm a little further along. We both are, so it's more of a reach out when I need you type of thing. We did just attend a training in Birmingham together. She and her husband are the ministry leaders for Celebrate Recovery in Gulfport. So we all combined forces and went to a training in Birmingham together. And so we're friends, not just, we work in ministry together as well.
What safeguards do you have in place besides your support system, which seems immense? So good for you.
Thank you.
But what safeguards do you have in place to prohibit you relapsing?
Well, collectively as a couple, my husband and I, we don't attend parties or anything where there's going to be alcohol served. He chooses not to drink because he just doesn't feel that that's the right thing to do. So he just chooses not to. He's very much my defender and just explaining, no, we're going to leave now. And, if things appear to be, a risky situation. We don't allow alcohol at our house. So if we have events and people want to bring something to our house, we don't allow that. We just lead a different lifestyle. It's just not part of, we're not tempted by those things because we don't engage in activities that's common in.
Okay, and alcohol is your drug of choice.
It is.
Would you say that you have any secondary drugs of choice?
No, I did have dependence on those prescription drugs whenever I was prescribed the antidepressants, the anti-anxiety medications, the Vyvanse. You know, it was a cycle of take what I had to help me fall asleep and then take what I had to keep me alert for work, you know. But again, those were completely stopped when I went to jail. So I had a complete and total detox while I was there, and went to the Home of Grace. I developed tools, and just the level of change that I experienced in those 10 months, I just didn't need anything else anymore. The calm that I experienced in my life, I never ever looked back at medications again. So I have no feeling of a need for medication anymore.
So educationally, how prepared do you feel educationally as far as reentering the nursing workforce?
Well, 26 years is kind of a long time to be comfortable with the area of practice. But even though I haven't been working as a licensed nurse, I've still worked in the medical field, in healthcare, staying up to date on terminology. But my my biggest mission and my biggest job has been providing care for my husband. He wasn't sick when we got married, but he developed a lot of problems, and we since have he's gotten the diagnosis of sarcoidosis, and he is 100% service connected disabled through the VA now. So I have navigated and performed tasks as a nurse that I never did in my career. I've been his wound care nurse, his IV therapy nurse, his respiratory therapist, case manager, go to every doctor's appointment with him. I advocate for him on a daily basis. Medication planning, you know, when the doctors prescribe things that aren't safe for him, I advocate that that's not safe for him to take. I've stayed very active in researching his disease processes. He also has seizures and PTSD. All of those things I have educated myself on, more so sometimes than the doctors. So I feel comfortable that I've been active as a nurse even when I've not been a nurse. And I I did start the process to obtain my master's degree, but put that on hold just because of his medical condition. But I do intend to do that. And I would like to potentially pursue teaching nursing school for the rest of my career.
So if restored, do you see yourself at the bedside or do you see yourself in nursing education?
I do see myself eventually in nursing education, but I would like to return to the newborn nursery um, as a way to support our family. He is compensated from the VA, but it is not enough to maintain. And the job that I have, although it's been good to us, it's been faithful to provide what we needed. I probably intend to work perhaps PRN in the nursery, which is a low stress type. It's a well baby nursery. And I've even spoken to the people that were my managers when I worked there in 2019 are ready for me to come back. And so that's my intention, is to do that while I attend school, so I can just work 1 or 2 shifts occasionally to supplement our income while I do my nursing, continue my nursing education. So, but I do feel safe and confident. I feel like I could walk in the hospital today and take care of someone's baby. And, you know, all of that is still fresh to me in my mind.
Thank you.
This time I'd like to lead with closing statement. So anything you would like to tell the board at this time?
Well, I wrote something, but at the same time, I feel like I've said most everything that was in that. But I would like to bring up the fact that in the process of my recovery and walking through the consequences legally of the things that were posed by the Mississippi Department of Corrections, I did follow. I checked in every month the way I was supposed to. I actually was released 2 years early from my probation, which I was approached by my probation officer to be released early because I had my fines paid off. I had proven that all of the testing that they had done, was all negative, and that, he just felt it necessary to go ahead and release me early. So I should have maybe mentioned that in my statements that you asked about earlier. But I guess in closing, then I would just like to say that there's also included in my packet letters from my pastor, letters from my previous manager, letters from other. Now, that was in the original packet. I don't think that it's in this one, but these were 2 years ago. But I would surmise that they may have a lot more to add about their impression of me over the last 3 years since my original attempt at restoration. I feel like that I've been very obedient to what God's called me to do, which is to take care of my husband. I'm grateful for the sit down, for the time that he took me out of the profession and the timing of it. The chaos of COVID, I don't think that I could have managed to work in that environment. So I think it was God's protection over me in my life. So I'm grateful for that. And I really would like to return to the career that I love and provide for my family and hopefully maybe impact lives of nurses are very prone to addiction and substance abuse. And I feel like that it needs to be spoken about more in the early stages. I think sometimes I saw, the money that I would make and the glamour, and it's not glamorous at all when you get into the field. And so things like codependency, things like, people pleasing, terms that they may have never really heard of, that can corrupt you and just make you so toxic that you have nothing else to do but to try to cope in some way that negatively can impact you. So I really look forward to hopefully being able to touch lives again and not just as a patient, but perhaps in people's lives that are trying to go into the nursing profession. So,
Thank you. From the board.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I just want to remind the panel that Ms. Aikman is here today asking the panel to restore her license to practice nursing, and she has the burden of proof as to why that license should be restored. In considering her request, I would again like to ask the panel to consider the following: how long it has been since she practiced nursing, the circumstances that led to her losing her license, her ability to practice nursing safely, her conduct since losing her license, compliance with the restoration requirements, and if the public will be protected if her license is restored. Thank you.
This concludes the hearing in case number 20240753, Wanda Aikman. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion from the board to close the meeting to determine whether any grounds exist to go into executive session.
I make a motion to close the meeting to go into.
Any discussion? All those in favor, Mrs. Side, aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Now let's entertain a motion to go into executive session under Mississippi Code annotated 25-41-7D to deliberate on this matter.
I make a motion, we go into closed executive session to deliberate the matter.
Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. The board is now in executive session and we'll move back shortly to render the decision. are back on the record in cause number 2024-0753, and I will announce the board's decisions. At this time, the board finds the request for restoration be approved. The respondent be allowed to obtain a restricted license after you've met certain stipulations within 180 calendar days from the date that the executive director executes an order. You will receive that order within 45 days. And that the reinstatement also hinges upon the findings of a chemical and psychological evaluation that must be approved as well. You also have a $500 fine, and you must report to the compliance officer. Okay. Do you have any questions at this time?
Back in 2022, I did do a psychological evaluation. Is that not valid any longer? I need to do another one?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
All right. I appreciate your time.
And I went to treatment in 2016. And in 2018, I had a restoration hearing where my license was restored. And I have been on probation with the board. Since then, I obtained employment in 2019, November of 2019, at 2 different places. And I'm still at Lexington Manor right now. And I have completed the 5-year probation period. So today I'm here to petition the board to have my stipulations lifted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. King is here today asking for the stipulations that were put on her license in 2018 to be removed. Ms. King's license to practice nursing was revoked in October of 2016 after she was found to have committed several violations of the Nurse Practice Act. According to the final order revoking her license, Ms. King admitted to having an addiction to Norco and Dilaudid. She was documenting that she was administering these medications to the patients, but instead she was diverting them for personal use and would refill the vials with saline. According to the order, Ms. King took an average of 6 pills per day and used both Norco and Dilaudid while on duty. In December of 2018, a final order was issued that restored Ms. King's license to practice nursing in this state. That order put several drug-related stipulations on her license, which included indirect supervision, drug testing, prohibited areas of practice for a minimum of 60 months. Today, she's here asking that these stipulations be removed. She has the burden to prove why these stipulations should be removed. And in considering the removal of those stipulations, we would ask the panel to consider her compliance with her board order, the events that led to the stipulations being put on her license, her ability to remain in compliance with the rules and regulations governing nursing, and her ability to safely practice nursing without any monitoring. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. King, you can call your first witness.
I don't really know how this part works. Does she just give a narrative of?
Absolutely. Anything that you can provide to the board would be helpful. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Proceed.
Good morning. I'm Taylor's sponsor. We're in the same home group and have been since 2021. We're working the steps together. We also work together for the same company. And it's been my privilege to watch Taylor grow throughout her recovery, and she continues to do so. She's an active participant in our home group in Lexington. She is working the steps and she is practicing the principles of our program. And she knows the tools in the program and uses them. She doesn't have a problem with reaching out for help when she needs it. That's been the area that she has most grown in, is recognizing when she needs help. And she has a great support system, one that she's worked to enhance and grow. And she is helping others and doing service in our community. She is doing the work. And I really, I know her personally, but I also have known her as a nurse. And what I hear from others that she works with is that she's thorough and organized. Our doctors trust her and her opinion. And I have seen that firsthand with one of our doctors in the nursing home that she works in. She has continued opportunities for improvement and growth, as we all do, and she is on the right path.
I'm going to give the panel an opportunity to review the exhibits that were submitted, and they will ask you any questions if necessary. During that time, counsel, do you have any questions?
Just a few, Your Honor. Ms. Patience,
Mhm.
are you a nurse too?
I am.
How long have you been a nurse?
since I graduated from LPN school in 1987, and then I became an RN in 2018.
So just, well, I was gonna say recently, but that's a little while ago too. And where do you work at?
I work for a company that owns 3 nursing homes, one of them being Lexington Manor.
And that's where you work with Miss King?
Mhm.
How long have you worked with Miss King?
Since she came to Lexington Manor 2 years ago. Yeah.
About 2 years ago. And you said that you're working the steps with her as well?
Right.
So you had a substance abuse issue?
Yes, I'm a graduate of the Recovering Nurse Program.
Okay.
I graduated in 2005 from this program.
And how long have you been working with Miss King on working the steps with her?
We've been working together since about 21.
It's about, I'm gonna go on 4 years.
Mhm.
Have you had any issues at that time, during the time that you worked with her or working the steps? Because it looks like you said you graduated in 2005 from RMP, so what's your date of sobriety?
January 7th, 2002.
So you've been sober for a long time. Have you noticed any issues with Miss King's recovery?
She has issues. We do talk about them. She lets me know what she needs continued help with. So we are working the steps together.
So would you, in your opinion, and I'm not asking you to give a professional opinion, but you've been working with her and known her for several years now, would you be comfortable with her working without any monitoring?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Anyone have any questions?
Good morning, Ms. King. What is your date of sobriety?
May,
Before we begin, Ms. King, did you have?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, any other questions from the panel? Okay, thank you. Did you have any other questions for your witness?
No.
Thank you. You may step down. Ms. King, is there anything you would like for the panel to hear before I open up questions for council opposite?
no.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Ron. Ms. King, will you state your name, your residence, county of residence, and your current place of employment?
Yes, my name is Taylor King. I live in Holmes County, Mississippi, and I work for Lexington Manor Senior Care.
And how long you been at Lexington Manor? I think you said 2 years.
Since February of 22.
Is that a nursing home?
Yes.
Can you tell us when you were first licensed, just for the record?
First licensed as a nurse, LPN, in 2013. And RN in 2015.
Can you give us a little bit of a background on your work history, where you're at?
Sure. I graduated LPN school in 2013. And from there, I worked in a clinical setting at an after-hours clinic in Greenwood and also a family practice clinic in Lexington, Mississippi. And I was their float nurse. I worked at an OBGYN clinic, the heart clinic, and then I decided to go back to school to become an RN. So I worked part-time and as needed as an LPN while I went back to school. And after I graduated RN school in 15, I became a nurse at Baptist Hospital on a med-surg floor. And then I lost my license in 2016. Got it reinstated in 18, and in 19, I started working on a cardiac floor at St. Dominic Hospital. I worked there from November of 2019 to February of 22. And now I'm at Lexington Manor, and I've been there since.
Have you had any issues? Well, you were on probation that entire time, correct?
Yes,
Do you have any issues? Can
no,
you tell us, and I know you've talked about this before, I'm sure at your other hearings, but this panel hasn't heard it. And for the record, can you kind of tell us what led to your substance abuse issues?
yes. My addiction to drugs and alcohol really started after a divorce in 2011. And it spiraled out of control over the years until it got out of hand, and it led to me losing my job as a nurse. And my drug of choice was pain pills. And that's what I use to what are the words I'm trying to say? Self-medicate my depression and anxiety.
Were those prescribed? Is that what you were originally been prescribed for something?
I did have prescriptions for them, but I did also buy off of the street.
So divorce is what you,
That's what really started it.
are you taking anything now currently? What medications?
The medications I'm on right now are prenatal vitamins, a baby aspirin, an iron pill, and protonics.
So no controlled substances?
No,
Did you ever have any criminal charges from the diverting incident?
no.
So there's an assessment for in here from 2019, it looks like, that indicates back then you had a major depressive disorder. Are you seeing anybody for that, or is that an issue now? Are you taking anything?
Yes, I do see a psychiatrist for that. I also still do therapy weekly. And I was on Prestique and Abilify, but I'm pregnant now, so I did wean off of those medications while I'm pregnant.
Do you think you'll take them back up later, or are you gonna try and stay off?
I will probably have to take them after the delivery of this baby.
And you said you see a psychiatrist, how often are you seeing a psychiatrist?
Um, Monthly and as needed.
How long have you been doing that?
I've been seeing this psychiatrist for about a year now, if I'm remembering correctly.
You had one before?
No, this is the first psychiatrist I've ever had.
Okay, it also in here has an opioid use disorder. Do you have any treatment that you've done for that? Or can you speak to that at all?
Yes, I attended treatment at Denton House and the Darden Center in 2016.
And how long were you there?
It was actually over 90 days. It was supposed to be a 90-day treatment. I was there for 30, I think, in primary and then 60 in secondary, but I remember it being a little longer than 90 days that I stayed.
And what's your date of sobriety?
May 23rd, 2017.
And can you kind of speak to your support system, what it's like?
Yes, my support system, of course, I have a sponsor that I do reach out to when I have issues or if I just need someone to talk to. I have the support of a husband. I've been married for a little over a year now. And my children, they keep me on my toes for sure. And then I still attend AA meetings. I have a home group in Lexington, Mississippi, the Promise Chasers group. And I also attend a Zoom meeting that I've been attending since I think it was 21 that I still attend. And I kind of consider them like a home group that's a Zoom meeting. But yeah, I have that and then the support of my family at home.
You said, I know your order required you to attend the meetings. Do you think that's something you're gonna continue to do, or?
Yes, I will continue meetings.
You haven't really having any issues from compliance from what I've seen, looking at the file. Do you think if the restrictions are removed that you can continue doing the same thing you're doing now?
Yes, I believe I can continue doing the meetings, talking with a sponsor, staying in therapy. Those are all things that have been vital to my recovery. And I definitely don't want to lose that. I don't want to end up back where I was. So I will continue doing that.
So the last thing why do you think the restrictions should be removed? I guess is my last question.
Um, I have I have done all of the requirements that were asked of me. I have maintained a job as a RN in recovery for the past 5 years, and I believe that I can be a better nurse than what I was before because I have learned a lot through this process. Um, if if I could talk to the people who fired me in 2016, I would thank them. I'm sorry.
Would you like a 5-minute break, or are you okay to continue? It's up to you.
I think I'm okay. I'm sorry. If I could talk to the people that fired me that day, I would thank them because it led me to where I am today. And I'm very grateful for that. And I'm grateful for the Board of Nursing. I'm so sorry. I didn't know I was going to get this emotional. That's all.
Stay rested.
Any questions from the panel?
Okay.
Okay.
I have a few questions. Ms. Patience, stated that you still had a few growth opportunities. Ms. King, describe to us your growth opportunities that she was speaking of, please.
I think that she was referring to recovery in general. There's always growth opportunities there. One of my biggest things is communication and being able to communicate with other people. And that's something I've learned at this job that I'm in now. I started out as the treatment nurse there and was promoted to RN supervisor. So there's that and just growing in being able to communicate better. That's been one of the biggest things that I do talk to her about is communication. If that makes any sense at all, but sobriety, we talk a lot about the steps and whatever step is pertinent to what I'm going through. A lot of the times it's the 10th step, which is looking at my part in whatever situation might be going on in my life and being able to grow from that.
You spoke to your growth opportunities. Now speak to your strengths, please.
Strengths, I am dependable. I'm punctual. I get to work on time. I actually do my job today. I'm a good team player. I don't believe in one person doing a job. I think that it takes everybody there to get the job done. So I encourage that at work. And I am very organized, way more organized than I ever thought I would be. And I try to maintain a positive attitude. Sometimes I think that can be a weakness for me because I look at the positive in everybody else. So, but it's good. I have a positive outlook today.
Do you plan to stay at the long-term care facility?
Yes. I don't plan on going anywhere else.
As far as being tempted by narcotics and things of that nature that you could potentially have access to going forward, what steps do you have in place mentally to protect yourself and protect your patients?
The therapy that I still attend, my sponsor, several of the employees that I work with, including my supervisor who has had to send in the employer reports. Those are all people that I would be able to go to and talk with if I ever felt tempted. And I haven't felt tempted when I have been at this job or at the previous job as an RN. Mm-hmm.
Earlier, what was your sobriety date?
May 23rd, 2017.
If we was to lift the stipulations, would you continue to see your therapist and your AA meetings?
Absolutely.
Do you have a good support system in place?
Yes, I have the AA meeting that I go to. And I also have an online Zoom meeting that I attend. People that I feel like I know, but I've never met in person. And I've been with them for several years now. My husband is a very good support, my sponsor, and my children.
I'd like to hear closing statements. Do you have anything you'd like to say to the board? It's good time to use.
Again, I would just like to thank the board for the opportunity that has been given to me. It's given me sobriety and helped me in my road to recovery and continuing recovery. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to remind the panel that Ms. King is here today asking the panel to remove the stipulations that were placed on her license to practice nursing, and she has the burden to prove why they should be removed. In considering her request, I would again just remind the panel to consider the following: her compliance with her board order, the events that led to the stipulations that were put on her license, her ability to remain in compliance with the rules and regulations governing nursing, and her ability to safely practice nursing without any monitoring. Thank you.
This time, this concludes the hearing in the matter of 2024-0804. I'd like to entertain a motion from the board to close the meeting to determine whether any grounds exist to go into executive sessions.
Make a motion that we close the meeting.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor use the sign aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now I'd like to entertain a motion to go into executive session under Mississippi Code annotated 25-41-7D to deliberate on this matter.
I make a motion, we go into closed executive session.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor, Mr. Sign aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. The board is now in executive session and will deliberate on this matter. How are you? Yeah. We are back on the record in case number 2024-0804. Taylor King and I will announce the board's decision. At this time, the board has granted your petition for the removal of stipulations. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No.
Thank you. Next on the docket, we have case number 2024-0460, Donna Fitzpatrick. Good morning. I'm Alexis Morris. I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter. And this is case number 2024-0460 involving licensee Donna Fitzpatrick, holding license number P335060. Is that correct? My role during these proceedings is to rule on any objections to any evidence raised by the parties, to see the orderliness of the process, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I would ask that the members of the board on this panel to introduce themselves for the record, and also please identify the alternate for the record as well.
Lacey Gentry, RN.
Nancy Norris Johnson.
Carly Walker, LPN.
I'm Jane Clinton, RN. I'm the alternate.
And will the attorney representing the board please introduce yourself for the record?
Brandon Walker.
Patrick, I see you're present. Are you represented by counsel? Okay. I have a few questions for you. Since you are not represented by counsel, you do understand that you have the right to an attorney for these proceedings. Okay. You also understand that you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf. You further understand that you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf. And notwithstanding the same, you wish to proceed in this matter without counsel.
I do.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we would request B1 through B10 be admitted as evidence.
Any objection? Okay. Noting no objection, I would ask that B1 and B10 be entered into the record as evidence. Do you have any exhibits for today's proceeding? At this time, I would like to identify any witnesses for these proceedings. Do you have any witnesses other than you, Ms. Fitzpatrick? Okay.
Mr. Wanda Jones.
I would ask that Madam Court Reporter swear in the witnesses at this time.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and nothing but the truth?
Please also swear in Ms. Fitzpatrick for the record as well. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You're gonna have to speak way, way, way louder.
Sorry.
Right now.
Okay, the order of the hearing will be as follows. Opening statements, if any, and then the case will proceed. You will be able to cross-examine any witnesses that testify here today, along with giving your statements to the board, the panel, excuse me, as well. At the conclusion of the presentations by both sides, we'll do closing statements, if any, and then the board will render a decision.
Thank you.
At this time, let's proceed with opening statements.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Fitzpatrick has been a licensed LPN since June of 2017. However, her license was suspended on May 31st, 2024, after she was terminated from DeSoto Hospital in April of this year for physical abuse of a patient and for using profanity toward the patient. Ms. Fitzpatrick reportedly slapped the patient on his behind and his face several times. This was witnessed by not one, not two, but at least 5 RNs. Using profanity toward a patient is clearly not an acceptable standard of the nursing practice, and it should go without saying that slapping a patient isn't either. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take disciplinary action against the licensed Ms. Fitzpatrick as it sees fit.
Ms. Fitzpatrick, make opening statements to the board.
I don't know what to say, to be honest. I've been a nurse since 2000.
Do you mind speaking a little louder and lifting the microphone, please, so that Madam Court Reporter can hear you?
Since 2000. I guess maybe I moved to Mississippi in 2015. So I guess maybe that's why the 17 came up. I've been accused of abusing a patient. I did in fact call him an asshole. He called me one and I said, "You're being an asshole." And you're right, that's not acceptable. I did not strike this patient. But 5 witnesses have come forward and written a statement saying that I did. There weren't 5 witnesses in the room at the time, so I'm not sure how they came to that conclusion, but I know that when I was pulled away to the nursing supervisor's office, that they were all called into the room of the patient. I was told to get their story straight. I'm not sure what happened. I wasn't there. I was in the nursing office, so I can't speak to that. But there was my shift partner and the nurse of the patient and the CNA in the room at the time that all of this took place.
First witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The board calls Tawanda Jones. Ms. Jones, will you state your name, county of residence, and your current place of employment?
Tawanda Jones, Rankin County, and the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
How long have you worked at the board?
7 years.
And can you tell us what you do here at the board?
I'm responsible for investigating the allegations that comes into the office.
So you're familiar with the investigation process?
I
If you would you turn to page 4 and ID that document for the record?
Page 4, Exhibit B3 is a license verification.
And can you tell us who that license verification is for?
Donna Fitzpatrick.
And when was that license first issued here in Mississippi?
The issue date is June 1st, 2017.
What was she licensed as?
Licensed practical nurse.
Okay. Flip over to page 7, and will you identify that for the record as well?
Page 7 is the complaint.
And can you tell us what the charges are that are listed on that complaint? You can sum up or however you need to do them.
Charge 1 is the respondent practice nursing in a manner that fails to meet the general accepted standards of nursing. Charge 2 is a respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, namely intentionally or negligently causing or allowing others to physically, sexually, or emotionally or verbally abuse a patient.
Thank you. And are there any facts in the complaint to support those charges?
Yes.
Can you kind of summarize those for us as well for the record?
On April 27th, 2024, the respondent was working as an LPN at Baptist Memorial Hospital, DeSoto in South Haven. She was verbally and physically abusive to the patient. The abuse was witnessed by at least 5 registered nurses. And according to the statements given by the RNs, the respondent was assisting with a combative patient with a history of dementia and AMS.
Okay, thank you. No, that's right. We look at page 12 and identify that for the record.
Page 12B6 is Baptist Memorial Hospital Counseling Interview Record.
And who is named on that interview record?
The name on this record is Donna Fitzpatrick.
Does it have, can you tell by looking at that, what her date of hire was at that facility?
Yes, date of hire 4/4/2022.
And according to this report, how did the facility describe the type of events? That's the reason for this record. How did it come to be?
Under that section, under what it says, Janie was observed by numerous co-workers physically slapping a patient multiple times on the buttocks and face while using profanity towards the patient.
And what, does it have a time frame for when that happened?
Yes, the time frame under when is 4/6/24 through 4/27/24 night shift.
And what happened as a result of her actions, according to that report?
As a result of her action, she was terminated from the facility.
Turn over to page 25. Look at that for a minute. Can you identify this for the record?
Page 25, Exhibit B10 is a statement that Ms. Fitzgerald gave regarding the allegation. Fitzpatrick,
Are you familiar with this statement?
I am.
In it, does she say that the patient was being violent or combative at all?
She does.
In her statement, does she talk about hitting the patient, or what does she say happened?
Her description of what happened was they were in the process of giving a Haldol IM shot to the patient, and supposedly she put her hands in the shape of a diamond to identify the site for the IM injection, and another nurse gave the injection and the needle broke, and so she indicated that there was some words exchanged between them, and she rubbed the area of where the shot was.
Did she say anything about using profanity toward the patient?
Yes, she did say she used profanity. He called her an asshole, and she in turn called him an asshole.
According to her, in her statement, who was in the room at that time?
According to her statement, there were 2 people in the room, Lindsay and Sheila.
Okay. Let's go back to page, I think it's 14. Can you tell us or identify this for the record? What's this?
This is a page where they interviewed regarding the incident with Miss Fitzpatrick.
And so these are notes from that interview?
These are notes from that interview, yes.
And according to this, the notes on this, how did she leave the facility?
She was escorted from the facility by security.
Okay. So according to the statement we just looked at, she says she rubbed the patient. Was that right? According to the statement she gave.
According to her statement, she said she rubbed the patient at the injection site.
But the facility has fired her and security walked her out, correct?
That's correct.
You said according to the occurrence report we looked at, she was observed slapping the patient. Was that right?
Yes.
Okay. And let's look over at page 18. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Page 18B8 is a statement from Lindsay Graves, that's the nurse that was in the room.
Okay. And are you familiar with her statement as well?
I am.
In her statement, does she talk about the incident with Ms. Fitzpatrick on that night?
She does.
And can you tell us who she said was responsible for the patient, that the incident happened with?
This patient was Lindsay, the nurse Lindsay Hargraves' patient.
Okay. And what did she say about the patient's medical conditions?
The patient was had a history of dementia and AMS.
And did she talk about, how did she describe the patient's behavior that night?
That night, the patient was combative.
And how did she justify the patient's actions, or what did she say about them?
She said that the patient was disoriented ×4.
Do you have a history, medical history that she's speaking to or anything like that?
He has the history of dementia, and ordinarily he was a very pleasant patient, ordinarily.
Okay, does she say what she witnessed Miss Fitzpatrick do?
She does.
What does she say happened?
So it says, I witnessed Nurse Janie escalate the situation by slapping the patient on the face multiple times and on the buttocks, which was exposed so that she could administer the Haldol, so that I could administer the Haldol.
How does she say she felt about that?
Last sentence, it says, it makes me feel very ill to my stomach because of what she saw.
And did she witness anything else?
She witnessed the respondent use profanity with the patient.
In the statement that Miss Fitzpatrick gave, she said that the patient was combative, correct?
That's correct.
Does Miss Hargraves deny that at all?
No.
And you kind of touched on this already, but Miss Hargraves seemed to explain the patient's behavior was due to what now?
The dementia and AMS.
If you will look over at page 19, the next page. Will you identify that for the record?
Page 19 is a statement from Sheila Powell, who was also a nurse in the room.
So she was also one in the room as well.
Yes,
Did she witness the interaction with Miss Fitzpatrick had with the patient?
she did.
And there's an underlined portion in these exhibits. We just read all that underlined portion, that second, for the record. Yes, ma'am, in paragraph 2. Just read that for the record.
The underline.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Donna, LPN, was noted applying extra force to the patient's upper body while the patient was shouting at staff and continuing to kick and with BLE. IM Haldol was given by Lindsay and the patient began shouting, "Smack my butt." At this time, Donna slapped patient on the left cheek and hip region multiple times.
Yes.
I was completely taken back and speechless as to what I had just seen. Then she, because that did not calm the patient. She slapped him on the left side of the face multiple times and called the patient an asshole. The patient then looked straight at me with his eyes wide open and said, "That lady hit me and called me an asshole." Donna continued to appear aggressive, but had backed away from the patient and stated, "I am more of a woman than you are a man."
Okay, now, in Ms. Powell's statement here, how does she describe the other people in the room that saw this?
She said that they were in disbelief.
And how did she describe Ms. Fitzpatrick?
That she was, she said that Sheila said that she was speechless and sick to her stomach. She looked at the others around the room. They were in disgust and disbelief. And what all just to transpire on everybody's face, Donna was wearing a smile and laughing.
Okay, so earlier we looked at the Ms. Fitzpatrick statement. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And in it, I believe you said that she stated she rubbed the patient's hip, correct?
That's correct.
So in these two witness statements who she said was in the room, how does that differ?
They differ. They did not say she rubbed. They said that she smacked the patient.
Let's look at one more statement. Turn over to page 20. Can you tell us who wrote this statement?
This statement was written by Jessica Whitehurst.
And does she say that she also witnessed the actions of Ms. Fitzpatrick?
She does.
And can you tell us what she saw?
So it says, right after the injection, the patient made some sort of statement regarding smacking his butt. When he did that, Janie reached over and smacked him on the left buttocks hip area a few times. It was fairly loud smacks, as she had a rubber glove on and smacking bare skin. At that point, I was in such shock that I just witnessed a fellow coworker in that manner. The next thing that I know, Janie had smacked the patient's left cheek a few times.
So she saw her smack his butt, or the patient's butt and the left cheek,
That's correct.
according to her statement.
Yes.
Did you hear Ms. Patrick use profanity toward the patient?
She did say that she called the patient an asshole.
Or did you hear her say anything else to the patient?
In the last two sentences, she said she heard Janie say something to the patients in regard to being a woman more than you are a man, with you up here hitting women.
So is that the same thing we looked at, or similar to what we looked at in the other statement?
Yes, it's similar.
So during the scope of this investigation, were any more statements gathered from witnesses that were RNs that saw it?
Yes,
You know how many?
there were a total of 5 witness statements.
On page 21, I believe in 22. Are these two other statements that were gathered?
Yes,
Do they pretty much say the same thing as what we looked at already?
yes, they pretty much say the same thing regarding the incident.
So that's 5 statements that contradict what Ms. Fitzpatrick said, correct?
Correct.
And there were also 3 other witnesses, was that correct, that you gathered in the scope of your investigation?
Yes. Yes,
But Ms. Fitzpatrick didn't see these witnesses from her statement I've gathered.
not from her statement, no.
So how long have you been an investigator here at the board, Ms.
Se-
Jones?
7 years.
And during that time, has it ever been acceptable for a nurse to slap a patient?
No, it has not been acceptable for a nurse to slap a patient.
I have no further questions, John.
Ms. Fitzpatrick, do you have any questions? Gator Jones?
Who are the other witnesses? I don't have.
I'm sorry, will you please speak louder?
Who were the other witnesses that you were saying that you had? I don't have those statements here.
There was a Robbie Simmons and a D James. Were the other witnesses that I have statements.
I know Robin was the witness when I was being spoken to in the nurse's office. And you said someone named James?
D James.
Is that this piece of paper?
Yes.
That's actually my written statement with my signature at the bottom.
Okay.
And for purposes of the record, could you tell me what page?
I'm sorry. 24. B.
And page 23.
Any other questions for Investigator Jones?
No.
Does the panel have any questions? Any redirect, Counselor?
No, Your Honor.
Counsel, call your next witness.
The state rest, Your Honor.
Right now, Ms. Patrick, I'm going to give you, and Ms. Fitzpatrick, I'm going to give you an opportunity to put on your case. You don't have any witnesses, so if you would like to give a statement to the board before I open it up for questions from board counsel, please do so at this time.
I don't really know what to say about this. Obviously, my behavior was not acceptable. I got called into a room with a patient that I did not know. The nurse, that was Lindsay, was not she had been pulled to our floor that night. So when we were called to the room, we asked her before we went in, what's going on with this patient? She said she didn't know. So when I walked in that room, I didn't know he had dementia. I didn't know he had any other problems. I didn't know anything except that he was swinging a call light and he was kicking and hitting the CNA Portia. I mean, he literally kicked her with both feet into the wall and she hit her head against the wall. So when we went in, we were just trying to subdue the patient and keep him from hurting anybody else. When I was doing my interview or exit interview, they asked me about a BERT, which is a response to patients that are being violent. I was under the impression that the nursing supervisor had to call that. I didn't know that I could call it. And nobody did. I mean, not one of those 5 witnesses ever said anything about calling a BERT. I didn't see all those people in the room. I was very caught up in the situation. Everything was very fast paced and very loud and a lot going on. The house doctor, nurse practitioner had kind of peeped in the room and said, I'll order some Haldol. Lindsay left. Sheila had his legs over between the rails and was leaning up against him. He was calling her lots of names. I mean, she's a big lady, and he was saying a lot of not nice things. And I did tell him to stop being such an asshole when he was doing all that. And he was thrashing around when Lindsay was trying to give the shot. I think she was not very familiar with our floor because she used a sub-Q needle to give an IM shot. So it was a little bit short needle. And when she put it in, it broke off. And so he was saying, slap my butt. I figured it was stinging because it was leaking the fluid out. And I was over there rubbing on it, trying to get it to absorb a little bit so we would have some effect. I did not slap him. I tapped his cheek saying, hey, I was trying to get him to stop yelling at Sheila. So I tapped his face. Maybe it looked like I was slapping him. I don't know. Like I said, it was a very fraught situation, fast paced. I don't know about laughing and smiling. I didn't feel like laughing and smiling. I was wishing I had never left my hall. It was an extra shift for me. I'd wished I'd never come in that night, to be honest. Ordinarily, I would have been off and at home and not involved in this at all. So I don't really have any way to defend myself. I acted poorly, and I know that. I was terminated and walked out of the building that night. And I haven't been back. Well, I did go back for an exit interview. A utilization review did an interview with me, and then my floor manager and his supervisor interviewed me and then terminated me and took my badge and stuff. And they told me never to come back to that hospital again. I said, okay.
At this time, board counsel, feel free to cross examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Fitzpatrick, will you state your name, your county of residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
My name is Donna Jane Fitzpatrick. I live in Tate County, Mississippi, and I am unemployed.
And please speak up. I do apologize, but we have a court reporter and ears, so we all need to hear. So
So Donna Jane Fitzpatrick. I live in Tate County, Mississippi, and I am unemployed. I lost my license and I was put on the National Abuse Registry.
Will you tell the board your educational background? Where you went to school?
I went to, at that time it was Memphis State, it's University of Memphis now. And then I went to Methodist School of Practical Nursing, which is also closed now in Memphis.
And you said, when did you say you were first licensed?
In 2000, did in 1999 in December from the practical nurse program at Methodist Hospital in Memphis. And then I was licensed the following month.
Can you tell us where you worked as a nurse in Mississippi?
Well, I did PRN work at a nursing home, and then I worked at Baptist DeSoto. Most of the time, we're right near Memphis, so most of the time I was employed in Memphis. So I worked at Methodist University Hospital and worked in several clinics.
I get, what type of settings were those in, and what type of patients?
Oncology patients. I worked in oncology primarily, and then I spent 6 years working for Nucor Steel as their plant nurse. And then I worked in just healthcare clinics. FedEx Health Center had a clinic for their employees. I worked there with several other people. And then I didn't work for a while, and COVID was going on. And then my shift partner from Methodist was the head nurse at Baptist DeSoto, and they were hiring LPNs, and she asked me to come and work with her. It was an oncology floor.
In any of those places, have you had any disciplinary issues while you were at work?
Not at any of those places. I was at a nursing home back like 2008, and I was dismissed. I was running a code on a patient, and the nursing supervisor told me to stop. And we weren't supposed to stop in that environment until a higher level of care came and the ambulance was on the way. And this was a lady whose family came every day to see her. And so we had to keep trying to revive her. Somebody had laid her down. She was a quadriplegic. Somebody had laid her down with her feet and going, and she aspirated. She wasn't my patient. I was on another floor, but the CNA came and got me to come and check on her. So I did. And I was terminated that morning when I got off for not stopping the code when the nursing supervisor told me to. It was considered I can't find my word. When you don't do what they tell you to do. But anyway.
I'm sorry, we didn't hear that last statement.
I said, there's a word for it, Did you? Insubordinate. Yes, that's what it was. Insubordination. It was considered insubordination that I did not stop the code. And none of us stopped the code. I mean, there were 3 nurses and several CNAs running that code on that lady. And we had a new director of nursing that started that morning. And she had never met me. And when the supervisor went to her, she terminated me. So that's the only time I've had any trouble.
In your statement we looked at earlier with Ms. Jones, and you said that you only remembered or saw Ms. Hargraves and Ms. Powell, I believe, as being in the room. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we went over both their statements earlier, correct? So you would agree that by your own statement, they were in the room. You're not denying that, right?
No.
Okay. And both of them, what they said, would you agree it's pretty similar as to what they described?
Yes, what they said is very similar.
Can you tell me, I guess, why your statement is so different from theirs?
I can't speak to why their statement is different from mine.
Well, we also, I guess where I'm getting, well, there's also other statements that corroborate that. And you didn't notice them in the room at all?
No, I did not.
You think it's possible because there was so much going on?
I suppose that's a possibility.
Um, so they could have been in the room, for all you know, is what you're saying.
If they were standing behind me at the doorway, yes. My back was to the door. I was on that side of the patient.
And they all say that you slapped the patient,
Yes, they do.
that you don't recall that at all.
No, I didn't.
You think it could be because there's so much commotion going on at the time then that you don't recall exactly what happened?
That's a possibility.
Um, I guess what I don't understand is why would 5 different people lie about what they saw?
I have my opinions about that. But I don't think I can't prove that, so I don't know that it would even be admissible in this environment.
But you do agree that all 5 statements say virtually the same thing.
Oddly enough, they all are almost identical.
But again, you said that stuff could have happened that you don't really recall because of all that was going on. Correct?
I suppose that could be true, yes.
And I know there was, I don't think there's any denying that the patient was combative and causing issues that night. You said that and they all said that as well. Did you ever ask if his behavior was normal? Because I know it wasn't your patient.
When we walked in and we asked, she said he was perfectly normal at the beginning of the shift. He woke up combative, and the CNA was making rounds and doing vital signs. And when she woke him up, he became combative. That's when the CNA came. LPNs are partnered with the head nurse at night. So Sheila Powell being the head nurse, I was assigned to her. I was working with her group of patients on a different section of the hall. So the CNA came to tell Sheila that there was a problem. And because Sheila went, I had to go with her. And we were the ones that responded to the room. I want to kind of clarify that why I was in that room. Lindsay, when we got there, we asked her about his behavior. Had she had witnessed that before? Was there something that we needed to be aware of before we went in? When we walked in, nobody was in the room with him. He was still swinging the call light and trying to climb out of the bed.
So, and you said that you called the patient an asshole, correct?
I did.
Um,
I said, stop being such an asshole.
is that something you typically do?
No, it's not.
And you said, and you've said it here, well, I think you may have indicated that you may have tapped the patient's face. But you just rubbed the patient is what your statement says. And then second, what you said.
So I rubbed his hip. We were trying to hold him down. She couldn't get in there to give the shot. So I put my hands like this on his hip and pushed down so that she would have a target to hit. And then he was thrashing his legs. He had his head turned in the opposite direction, which is why I was trying to get him to look back over because it was turning his body over. We had him this way and his head was going that way. And he was yelling at Sheila, who was standing on that side of the bed. So I was like, hey, look this way. Because I was trying to get him to turn over so that she could get the shot in his hip. Because she didn't want to put it in his arm, he wouldn't be still. So Sheila was holding on one side and I was holding on the other. And so in these witness statements where people are next to Sheila on the other side, I would have seen them, but I didn't see anybody over there holding him down. And I just got to tell you, all these were young people, and I'm, the oldest one in the group, and I'm the one holding the patient down. So if all these people were in the room, why weren't they helping us hold him down? That's my question. Of course, they're not here for me to ask that question, but I'm just saying, yes, maybe they were behind me and I didn't know it, and they were helping us and I didn't know it. But the reality is Sheila was on one side of him and I was on the other side of the bed trying to hold him down while Lindsay, who was his assigned nurse, was trying to give him that shot. It happened very quickly. We weren't in there 5 minutes.
And so you said already that other stuff could have occurred. You just don't know because of all the commotion.
Yes.
I guess because the issue for me too is they terminated you for abuse and
Yes.
5 other people saw it. So, and also one of the reports I believe said that Ms. Jones testified that they walked you out by security.
Yes.
Do they typical walk people out by security because they rub the patient?
I don't know. I've never been walked out of any place, but
So I guess
the
that's,
security man told me that anybody that is terminated, they walk out of the building. I mean, I had to go to my locker with him there to see that I was getting my stuff out of the locker. He told me to clear everything out of my locker and take it with me. And he took me all the way to the front door.
their reason for termination was physical abuse or neglect of a patient, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions, John.
At this time, I'd like to open up to the panel for questions.
Good morning, Ms. Fitzpatrick.
Good morning.
I have a few questions. I want to go back to the previous incident you spoke of on the code.
Yes.
That you were terminated because you didn't stop CPR. From your best recollection, what was the code status of that patient?
She was a full code.
She was a full code. Okay, all right. You spoke also of a partner, a shift partner at Methodist University previously from, or to the point that you were hired by Baptist DeSoto. Was that shift partner Sheila Powell as well?
No, her name was Heather Casey. She was terminated about a month or so before this incident.
She was terminated from Baptist DeSoto as well?
Yes.
Okay, so she was your shift partner at Methodist University, then at Baptist DeSoto, and then Sheila Powell, how long was she your shift partner?
I think I'm confusing you. Heather Casey was the head nurse. She also worked as, the shift supervisor. This was at night shift. So they condensed, had fewer nurses. So her role was head nurse and she was charge nurse. And then she was assigned an LPN. There are 2 LPNs assigned to the floor and we rotated. So I could work with whoever was the charge nurse that night. It could have been Sheila. It could have been anybody else that was put into that role or assigned that role that night. In this particular instance, after Heather was terminated, Sheila took the head nurse position, but she was charge nurse that night. That was her first night back, I think, because I'd worked with somebody else the previous 4 nights. So does that clarify?
It does. So would you say you had worked on and off with Miss Powell over a 1-month time period?
I'd been at Baptist for almost 2 years and I had worked with her for almost 2 years.
That entire time. Okay, but Heather Casey is who you came with from Methodist University to Baptist. Is that correct?
Heather was working at Baptist, and I want to say it was like 12 years. I mean, we worked together like 2000 to 2005. And then we both left and went other places. I think she went to Baptist DeSoto. It was closer to home. She just contacted me when they started hiring LPNs because she knew my experience with oncology and she needed some good, strong oncology nurses. So when I interviewed, that's where I went.
Okay, thank you. How would you describe your relationship with Sheila Powell?
I thought I had a good relationship with Sheila Powell.
You mentioned in your statement that Ms. Hargraves, I believe Lindsay Hargraves, obtained a subcutaneous needle erroneously instead of an IM needle to administer the Haldol.
Yes,
And the needle broke.
it broke at the hub.
It broke at the hub. So, okay, help me understand then why you would rub it if the needle was broken off in the patient's.
It wasn't broken off in the patient. When she pulled it out, it broke. It snapped. So she had all of it in her hand.
Okay.
There
okay,
was fluid leaking from the insertion site,
Okay.
and he was hollering. I don't know if it was stinging or what, but he kept saying, "Slap my butt." And I was like, so I just rubbed it thinking, well, maybe that'll help. You know,
Would you
sometimes
say the patient's build? Did he have very little subcutaneous tissue or was he up?
now he was a big, healthy, I would say a good 275.
Okay, okay.
You know, he was like 6 foot, over 6 foot, maybe. Seemed like he was hanging off the bed a little bit. So he was tall and a big man.
So you described your relationship with Ms. Powell as a good relationship. How would you describe your relationship with the rest of the team you were working with that evening?
I'd never had any trouble with any of them. I'm significantly older than most of the people I work with, so I tend to stay on my hall and not congregate at the front desk and talk. I'd rather stay with my patients and see about them. And then I'm a reader, so I always had a book to read if I wasn't charting or whatever. So I kind of stayed to myself. You know, if people needed help, they would come get me and I would go help them. That was, you know, part of my responsibility. But
And this is my last question. You, in your opening statement, you said, I didn't know the patient had dementia. How would that have changed the way you treated the patient if you had known he had dementia?
I don't know that it would have changed anything. I mean, he was already wound completely up. I mean, he really was very combative. But I'm just saying, I went into that room not knowing anything about him except that he was being violent. And we'd had a lot of problems on that floor with violence from patients. So he could have been perfectly in his right mind and still acting like that. I didn't know one way or the other. So you're welcome.
Have you ever been to classes for violent patients or abuse patients? Have you had inserts? Have you had any training?
We have.
How long have you worked at that place?
I worked there for 2 years.
Any other follow-up questions?
No, Your Honor.
At this time, let's hear closing statements, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Today, we presented clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Fitzpatrick physically abused the patient. You've heard and seen in the exhibits today that there were 5 statements from witnesses that all said virtually the same thing, 2 of which Ms. Fitzpatrick confirmed were in the room with her when she saw the patient. We've also heard her admit that in her statement, she says that she just rubbed the patient and didn't slap the patient, which is contradictory to all other statements related to the incident, 2 of which, as I already said, witnessed it that she said were in the room. She's also said today that stuff could have happened because of all the commotion that she may have not known what really happened. So today you've been seen and have been presented with evidence that clearly supports the charges in the complaint. And these are clear violations of the Nurse Practice Act. And as such, we would ask you to consider taking disciplinary action on the license of Ms. Fitzpatrick. Thank you.
That I did and handled it poorly. Guess I'm under the impression that I don't have a license anymore and won't have. Or where we're going from here. I don't know what else to say, but thank you for your time.
This concludes the hearing in case number 2024-0460. I would like to entertain a motion from the board to close the meeting to determine whether any grounds exist to go into executive session on this matter.
I make a motion to close.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor use the sign aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Now I would like to entertain a motion to go into executive session under Mississippi Code annotated 25-41-7D to deliberate on this matter.
Motion, we go into executive session.
Okay, any further discussion? If not, all those in favor use the sign aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. The board will now deliberate in this matter and is in executive session. 2024-0460. And I will announce the board's decisions. At this time, the board has found that Ms. Fitzpatrick is guilty of charges 1 and 2 in the complaint. And further, the license number P 335060 is revoked for 12 months, pending the following conditions. May be instated after 1 year, provided completion of several educational courses, a $500 fine, and provided that the board reviews a psych evaluation. Any questions?
I don't think so. I mean, I'll get that in some kind of paper form and I'll know where to go
Yes.
and what to do.
Yes, an order will be provided to you with this information within 45 days.
Thank you.
Okay, Counselor, I do believe you had some board business.
Yes, Your Honor. We'd like to read into the record and submit the following ASPs for submission or review by the panel. In case number 2019-0589, license number 890-669, an ASP is submitted in case number 2024-0045, license number P-322269. An ASP has been submitted. In case number 2023-1150, license number P-325740. In case number 2024-0759, license number R-918304. Case number 2024-0820 for LPN exam applicant. And case number 2024-0162, license number PN 37626 on the privilege to practice. On case number 2021-0389, license number R-914914. On case number 2022-1010, license number R-891990. Case number 2023-0051, license number P-314999. Case number 2020-00861, license number R-891191. Case number 2023-0506, license number R-881742 MP. Case number 2024-0519, license number R-858496. In case number 2023-0413, license number 901470 NP. Case number 2023-0512. License number R-892126, voluntary surrender. Case number 2023-0248, license number P-287065, a voluntary surrender. We also had one more to add that was on the docket for tomorrow. It's case number 2022-0258, license number P-320273. That's all, Your Honor.
At this time, I'm going to entertain a motion to close the meeting to determine whether there are any grounds to go into executive session to deliberate on the ASPs that were just presented into the record. We close, go into deliberation about the ASP. I'll second the motion. Any further discussion on that? All those in favor, use the sign aye. Okay, any opposed? That motion carries. Now I'd like to entertain a motion to go into executive session under Mississippi Code annotated 25-41-7D to deliberate on the ASPs.
Let's close executive session.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, use the sign aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. The board is in executive session and we will break for lunch and be back on the record at 12:30. Any questions from the students before we go? These but have not taken any formal action that is ready to report. So we will move on with the docket. Next up is cause number 2021-0592, Gloria Hooks. License number R-771029. Good afternoon, Ms. Hooks. My name is Alexis Morris. I'll be the hearing officer for this matter today. My role during these proceedings is to rule on any objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see the order list of the process, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I would like to ask the members of the board that are on this panel to introduce themselves for the record, and also please identify the alternate.
Lacey Gentry, RN.
Nancy Norris Johnson, LP.
Carly Walker, alternate.
Janie Clanton, RN.
Will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
And I see Ms. Hooks, you are present today. Are you represented by counsel?
No.
I have a couple of questions for you. You do understand that you have the right to an attorney.
Yes.
You also understand that you have the right to have any witnesses testify on your behalf.
Yes.
You further understand that you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board also on your behalf, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Notwithstanding the same, you wish to proceed in this matter without counsel representation today.
Yes.
Are there any other individuals in attendance today that will give testimony?
Yeah, the board's gonna call Dwayne Jameson.
Okay, and do you have any witnesses that you would like to call?
My husband,
Okay.
if possible.
At this time, would your husband please identify himself for the record? Please state your name. At this time, I would ask Madam Court Reporter to swear in all witnesses.
Would you both raise your right, I'm sorry, all three of you raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Any preliminary matters? You may be seated.
Yes, Your Honor, we would request that B1 through B13 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to the exhibits being entered into evidence?
No.
Do you have any exhibits that you would like to submit to the panel today?
No.
At this time, I would like to enter B1 through B13 into evidence. The order of the hearing will be as follows. We will have opening statements. We'll hear arguments, of course, or testimony from both sides, and we'll allow for questioning from board counsel and the panel. At the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, I will also hear closing arguments. The board panel will make findings of fact and conclusions of law and render a decision, and that decision will be forwarded to you within 45 days after this proceeding today.
Okay.
I'm ready for opening statements, Counselor.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hooks has been a nurse for over 30 years. She has not had an unblemished record during that time. Her troubles first started in 2008 when she signed an affidavit with the Recovery Nurse Program. In that affidavit, she admitted to violating the Nurse Practice Act. Specifically, she admitted to being diagnosed as opioid dependent and to illegally obtaining controlled substances. She also stated that at that time, she had multiple charges against her for forging prescriptions of hydrocodone. Fast forward to 2021, Ms. Hooks is now involved with an incident in which a patient fell, and not only did she not document the fall, she didn't report it either. According to the statement of the CNA, Ms. Hooks told her she did not have time to deal with it. The patient suffered a displaced right femoral neck fracture that wasn't discovered until days later. On August 8th, 2024, Ms. Hooks entered a plea of guilty to 1 count of misdemeanor abuse of a vulnerable adult. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take disciplinary action against the license of Ms. Hooks as it sees fit. Thank you.
Ms. Hooks, do you have an opening statement that you would like to submit to the panel for consideration?
No.
Board counsel, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The board calls Mr. Dwayne Jameson. Mr. Jameson, will you state your name, county residence, and your current place of employment?
Dwayne Jameson, Hines County, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
How long have you worked at the Board of Nursing?
since March of '91.
Can you tell us what you do here at the board?
I'm the director of the investigative division as well as the criminal background check division.
So you're familiar with the investigation process at the board?
I am.
Would you turn to page 4, please? And I do that document for the record.
Page 4 is the license verification form for Gloria Lynn Price Hooks.
And when does it say that she was first licensed in Mississippi?
March 12th, 1992.
And what was she licensed as?
She was licensed as a registered nurse.
Go ahead and look at page 7 and I do that document for the record.
Page 7 is a copy of the complaint.
Can you tell us what the charges against Ms. Hooks are?
Basically, the charges are that the respondent has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of the persons under licensee's care, has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of such nursing practice, has falsified or in repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries, has intentionally or negligently caused harm, allowing others to physically, sexually, emotionally, or verbally abuse a patient in violation of 30 Mississippi Admin Code, Part 2820.
Thank you. Does the complaint list any facts to support those charges?
It does.
We kind of summarize those for the record.
Okay, on or about August 8, 2024, the respondent entered a plea of guilty to 1 count of misdemeanor abuse of a vulnerable adult by a registered nurse in the Justice Court of Jackson County, Mississippi. In exchange for her guilty plea, the respondent received a non-adjudicated sentence of 6 months of non-reporting probation. She was also ordered to pay a fine and court costs.
All right. You will turn to page 30 and identify that for the record.
Page 30 is a copy of a memorandum from the Attorney General's office to Deanne Saltzman, Esquire with the Mississippi Board of Nursing,
Okay. And what's the date on that memo?
August 28th, 2024.
And can you tell us who this memo is about?
It's in regards to Gloria Price Hooks, RN.
Will you tell us what it says about Ms. Hooks?
Basically that she entered a plea of guilty to 1 count of misdemeanor abuse of a vulnerable adult by a registered nurse.
Okay. Does it say what court it was in as well?
It does, the Justice Court of Jackson County.
Okay. Can you, on the second page of that memo, can you just kind of sum up what it says?
Basically, it's saying it just stating that she entered a plea of guilty in the Justice Court of Jackson County to 1 count misdemeanor abuse of a vulnerable person.
Okay. Let's flip over to page 43. I believe is where this is at. Can you tell us what this is for the record?
Page 43 is a copy of a court abstract coming from Justice Court Department of Jackson County.
And who's named on that abstract?
Gloria Price Hooks.
What's the charge that's listed on there?
Violation of the vulnerable.
Can you confirm that this information on the abstract matches the memo from the AG's office?
Yes.
So this shows she did plead guilty to abuse of a vulnerable adult, according to the memo.
According to the memo, yes.
There are a lot of reports in here. I don't look at all of them, but I want to look at a few of the things. We'll turn to page 29. You identify that for the record?
Page 29 is a statement that is signed by Ms. Hooks.
When is it dated?
July 7th, 2021.
Are you familiar with this statement?
I have reviewed the statement.
Does she say, what does she say in her statement about the patient?
Basically that the patient started sliding out of his chair in a crooked position. Then she and the CNA assisted the patient back into it,
So she says that the patient just slid out of the chair.
was sliding out of the chair.
Did you speak with in this investigation, did you ever speak with Miss Hooks on the phone?
I did speak with Ms. Hooks.
When was that? Do you remember roughly?
I don't remember the specific date.
Okay. Do you remember what she told you on the phone?
I do remember that she acknowledged that she may have failed to document and that the patient did fall and that she may have informed the CNA to indicate that the patient had not fallen when the patient actually had fallen.
Okay. So she gave a different statement on the phone than what she wrote here.
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at page 16 for me. Can you identify that for the record, please?
Okay, this is to a memo to the Department of Health from Plaza Community Living Center.
Can you tell us read that general summary do you see the general summary right there?
Yes, I do.
We just read that for the record.
Okay, on July 6, 2021, around 1:45 p.m., the Director of Nursing and Administrator were notified by the ISNP nurse practitioner that resident 3351 was reported to have a fracture. The DON called the hospital to confirm the fracture and inquire more about its possible origin, asked if resident had a fall or any other incident there that may explain the fracture. The hospital sent over information and progress notes, which were reviewed by the DON. The hospital records and staff did not report any fall or other incident.
Okay, so this is about a fall that wasn't reported and resulted in a fracture.
That's correct.
Can you tell us what the dates are listed under that summary?
The timeline starts at July 2nd, 2021 through July 6th, 2021.
Okay, so this is the timeline from the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And what do these dates show?
It shows on July 2nd that the resident was agitated and complaining of left leg pain. A CT was performed and resulted as degraded by motion, no definitive acute abnormality in the abdomen or pelvis. Then on July 3rd, 2021, the resident was given IV sedatives at the hospital for agitation. The next day, July 4th, the resident had no acute events overnight and no complaints. Then on July 5th, 2021, the resident complained of pain to right leg. On July 6th, the resident continued with complaints of right leg pain with any movement. In the notes, it says that patient keeps her right leg bent, X-ray performed on the left hip, and lateral using the AP and long leg lateral views of the left hip technique showed a displaced right femoral neck fracture.
So these are the notes that the hospital notes for the patients with the timeline for that.
That's correct.
Okay. Let's look, before we go any further in this report, look at page 19 for me. Do you see Miss Gloria's name listed there?
I do see a Gloria name listed as RN1.
Okay. Let's go back to page, I'm sorry, and CNA, you see CNA 1 there? Can you tell us who's listed it there?
CNA number 1 is Betty Wells.
Okay. Go back over to page 16 and look at that report for me one more time. Excuse me. The last two paragraphs mention this, are talking about RN1 on page 16. You see that?
Yes,
So what we just looked at, that's Gloria, and the CNA would be Ms.
Ms.
Betty.
Wales.
Okay.
Yes.
And so can you tell us what this at the bottom of the page is, what this is an account of, these last two paragraphs?
The last two paragraphs primarily just talk about the patient having been sent to the hospital. And the reason was vomiting and back pain is what the first paragraph, the next to the last paragraph is referenced.
Okay. And on page 17, this is Ms. Wells, based off what we just looked at. Can you tell us a little bit about what statement she gave on page 17 there?
Basically, the administrator called the CNA, Ms. Well, stated that she and RN number one, which would have been Ms. Gloria, saw the resident in a wheelchair in the hall and was starting to slide out of the chair. So they assisted her back in the chair. That's what she initially stated.
So she's, same thing Miss Gloria said originally, was that she slid.
Right.
Let's look over at page 21. I believe it goes all the way to 23. Can you identify this for the record?
Yes, this is a handwritten statement signed by Ms. Wales.
Are you familiar with this statement? Have you reviewed this statement?
Yes, I've reviewed it.
We don't have to go through this, but can you kind of tell us if the report from the facility is an accurate depiction of what her statement says?
Yes,
So basically, she said that the patient fell or slid, and she was told that she didn't have time to document that.
she mentioned that that's what Ms. Hooks told her, that she didn't have time for this.
Okay. Let's look over at page 32. This for the record.
On page 32 is a report of the investigation from the AG's office.
So are you familiar with how they received this report?
They received a report from the director of nursing, from the nurse from the facility.
And why did that come about? Based off of what the report says. Can you tell us why that report came about? What was the reasoning for this report?
Basically, once the DON realized there was a fracture and there didn't seem to be an explanation, she reached out to the Attorney General's office.
Okay, so because there was nothing documented, there was a reach out to the AG's office?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you tell us from the investigator from the AG's office, what they found out about the original statement from Ms. Wells, Ms. Hooks gave about the patient?
What was it?
What did they, according to what the report of the investigators from the AG's office, what did they find out about the original statement that was given by Ms. Gloria and Ms. Wells?
Okay, that they were not accurate.
So in the course of that investigation, did either one of them change their statement?
Yes, Ms. Wales did change her statement.
Okay, what did she change her statement to say?
To indicate that the patient actually had fallen, and that she initially indicated that the patient had slid out of the chair only after being instructed to do so by Ms. Hooks.
So this investigation reflects the same thing that the facility report looks at, that we looked at?
Yes,
Okay. And this went forward to the grand jury because we have an abstract and a memo, is that correct?
we do have the abstract and the memo from the Attorney General's office.
Has Ms. Hooks, excuse me, had any other disciplinary issues that you were aware of?
Yes,
And what is that?
she was a participant in the recovery nurse program.
Okay, we can turn over to page 37. Is this that program that you just mentioned?
Yes,
Can you tell us what it is or what the RMP was?
okay, page 37 is the participation affidavit for the recovery nurse program, which was a disciplinary action in years past for those individuals who may have had an issue with alcohol and or drugs.
And who's named in this RMP?
Gloria Hooks.
In the second paragraph, for the record, will you just say what violations she admitted to in this?
Okay, Ms. Hook initialed that I acknowledge that I have violated Mississippi Code annotated section 731529 1H, and that I am addicted to or dependent on alcohol or a habit forming drug or a habitual user of narcotics, barbiturates, amphetamine, or any other drugs having similar effect or have misappropriated any medication.
Did she say anything else about what she had going on at the time?
She did mention that she had further violated this code and that she had engaged in unprofessional conduct, more specifically by obtaining or attempting to obtain controlled substances by unauthorized means. And she specifically stated that she had multiple charges pending for prescription forgery of hydrocodone.
So she had some legal issues prior.
That's correct.
And what year was this signed, Mr. James?
It was signed in 2008.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Since, do you have any questions for witness?
No.
You cannot, thank you. Do you have any questions for him? In this case?
No, I don't have any questions.
Board panel, I'm gonna open the floor for you to ask any questions that you may have.
I,
Any redirect on?
No, Your Honor.
I have some questions, I guess, because I never saw anybody fall. I didn't see her fall.
I'm gonna ask that you speak into the microphone so that the court reporter can hear.
Saw anybody fall. I never saw her fall. When I got to work, I was doing my narcotic count. And CNA called the nurse that was there that I relieved, she left. And CNA was down the hall with the lady and she was sitting on the floor, and we did help put her back in the chair, but nobody ever saw her fall. I didn't see her.
Okay, thank you.
It was doing I never said I didn't have time for something. I was busy, but I never said that.
Okay, thank you. You may sit down. Any other witnesses, counsel?
Stay rest.
At this time, I will allow you to call any witnesses, or you may testify first and allow the board counsel and the board panel to ask questions, or you can call your husband as a witness. It's up to you.
Yes, I want to call my husband.
Thank you.
Now, do you have a statement that you would like to give to the board panel?
Yes, I.
Okay.
And,
And please speak into the microphone so that we can.
I want to, for the record, I like to say that my wife's been a good nurse over 30 years. And as far as not signing or stating down a patient, she's been a dialysis nurse for 20 years. She's called and had people taken to the hospital for over 30 years. I don't know what happened. She told me what happened, and so I have to go with what my wife said. She never saw anybody fall. The nurse, they was counting, and then a lady called down the hall and said the lady was on the floor. Now, my question to the court is, if I don't see you fall, I'm not gonna lie and say I saw you fall. I'm not gonna write it down and say I saw a lady fall. That's how I was raised, and this is how I believe. I don't know the nurse's situation. I'm a pipe welder, but I believe that it's a situation to where a nurse has to stand for something she didn't see. It was COVID time. My wife had 30 patients going on. And I'm not looking for excuses, but I'm looking for the truth. And my wife has taken care of patients for 30 years and have never had this type of problem. I wanted to go on the record to say that. And as far as her being negligent or willingly doing something wrong to a patient, I don't believe that. Because I've had so many patients to tell me how well she take care of them. I wanted to say that for my wife's defense. I've been married to her 41 years. We went through this thing that he brought up about her being in trouble, and she did her 5 years to the state board. She did just what she had to do. And she recovered, and she went back to work and handled business. So as far as her license being suspended behind not saying that she saw a lady fall and not turning it in, I understand that. I understand that. But she also had a nurse that was there. And the lady was in a chair that she shouldn't have been in. And that nurse knew it. And she left. You understand where I'm at. I had to say that for the record, that I don't understand why a nurse would have 30 patients and have to, if somebody tell you they failed, you gotta write down they failed. I don't understand that. Cause like I say, I'm not gonna say just, I'm a pipe welder, so I don't know about the nurses, how you have to cover for everybody. And she told me during COVID, this is during COVID, she come home a lot of days crying about how much pressure she has on her and how she can't get finished because they won't hire no more nurses. All she got is CNAs with her. She's the RN, but it got a CNA saying something on the record that haven't even finished past high school, whatever. I'm just saying, the way nurses is being treated, I don't understand that. So I had to say that today.
Thank you. Board counsel, do you have any questions for this witness?
I don't.
Board panel, do you have any questions for Mr.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hooks.
How you
Thank
doing?
you. I'm well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I guess my only question for you is, I hear what you're saying. But on August 8th, 2024, Ms. Hooks entered a plea of guilty to one count of misdemeanor abuse to a vulnerable adult by a registered nurse.
Thank you for saying that. And the reason she told me that was because she felt like she was the one had to take blame because she's the nurse. This is the only reason she said guilty. That's the only reason. Because she's the top head nurse. So she's the one that's guilty. That's not fair. I'm saying this to the board. That's not fair.
So, well, then my next question would be, well, then why didn't she enter a plea of not guilty?
She did.
You-
But y'all, they fought her so long. My wife can't work right now. They fought her. She did. She did. We went through the fight. We got tired of fighting. We did this, we did do that.
Yes, thank you.
Went to court 3 times.
Yes, thank you.
We went to court 3 times about that. So she just said, Curtis, you know what? I was a charge nurse. You follow me? So she had to say, I did. I didn't do what I was supposed to do. That's just the way it went. But she do all she can do with patience. And it wasn't no need of me bringing 30-year patients up here to tell you about it. It's on paperwork. She's never had this problem. She's been a nurse since 92. 85. She was an LPN first. Y'all don't have that on record.
1984, yes, sir.
Okay, I didn't hear that from these guys.
Yes,
over
sir,
there.
we
Yeah.
do, we have it. Thank
She's
you.
been a nurse for a long time.
I'm gonna have to cut you off, so that they can ask additional questions.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions? from the panel? Okay, no. Okay, you may.
Thank you.
At this time, I'm going to allow board counsel to ask you a couple of questions.
Ms. Hooks, will you state your name?
Gloria. Gloria Hooks. Gloria Hooks.
And what's your current place of employment?
I'm not employed. My license is suspended.
Not working anywhere?
No, I hadn't worked. This,
I'm sorry.
yeah, forgive him. He's might get a little upset. I'm not working.
You said, I believe, just a minute, when were you first licensed?
85 LPN and then 92 RN.
So a pretty good while.
Yes. While I was in the recovery program, I worked as a QA. I worked in the office. I didn't do patient care, but I worked there for 8 years.
While you were in the RMP program?
Yes.
Can you kind of tell us about what happened with those back in 2008? What were you doing?
What do you mean?
Where you had some fraudulent prescription issues?
Yes, I picked up a prescription for a patient.
So they weren't were you using them for you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So did you have, back then, did you have some type of substance abuse issue?
I was going through menopause and I was having real bad headaches and I started, well, the first time I took a Lortab, dentist gave it to me, a prescription. And then I got addicted.
Went from there?
Yes.
Do you know when your date of sobriety is, or do you have a date of sobriety?
Mm-hmm. That was 2008. I'm not sure. I don't remember the date. That's so long ago.
Do you take any medication now?
No, I take blood pressure medicine and I take Cymbalta.
That's all you take?
Yes.
So you don't really have, when was the last time that you abused any type of substance?
2008. I mean, I was in a program 5 years.
Goddamn, yeah.
And I went through rehab, 30-day inpatient
For before or after the RMP?
before RNP.
Was it just prescription drugs or pain medicine?
Yes, pain.
So tell us about the incident where the patient fell. Excuse me.
Like I said, I didn't see her fall, but I got to work that morning. We did med count. And while we were doing med count, CNA called and said, the lady was sitting up, she was sitting up on the floor. She's a fall risk and she shouldn't have never been in a wheelchair unlocked. And she, usually we kept her in the bed and we had a mat by her bed, but that morning she was in her wheelchair and it was unlocked.
So why was she in the wheelchair? Did you see
I
her?
don't know. I didn't put her in the, I had just got on shift.
When you got there, she was already in a wheelchair?
No, she must have been sitting on the floor when I got there, but I didn't see her. We was doing med count.
So you spoke, Mr. Jameson gave testimony a while ago that he had spoken with you.
I know. I was not on the oath when he called. I was so upset. And I just said she fell, but I didn't see her fall.
Why did you tell our investigator that she fell?
Why? He asked me, I guess, and I was upset. I didn't even know who he was.
You didn't know who he was when he called and asked you a question?
No, and he was kind of made me say it, really. He was just forcefully, you did see her fall, you did see her. I didn't see her fall.
So Mr. Jameson made you admit that the
I
patient
mean,
fell.
evidently she fell because then I found out she had to go and she had a broke hip.
Well, yeah, I mean, and the CNA said she fell too, right?
That's what she said.
Right, so I guess, again,
You didn't see it. Nobody saw her fall.
in her statement, I believe she said that she saw the patient fall, correct?
No, she did not see her fall.
Ms. Six, I'm gonna ask that you allow him to finish his questions before you answer. for the
Okay.
court reporter. Thank you.
So, but the patient, was anything documented about the patient falling?
I didn't document. That was where I went wrong, for not documenting. And I did have like 30 patients and it was during COVID. And I was very overwhelmed.
So I'm a little confused. So you said that you messed up because you didn't document.
I didn't document that we lifted her and put her back in her chair.
But she wasn't in her chair, she was on the floor.
She was on the floor, scooted on the floor.
So at some point, the patient had to have fallen out of her chair to get to the floor, correct?
Well, sometime we go in her room and she'll be on her mat. Just, I mean, I've seen nurses see her on her mat, so I don't know.
But why, you said you messed up by not documenting, why did you
Yeah, I
mess?
should have documented about us putting her in the wheelchair. I didn't.
You didn't document anything,
No,
and the patient had a fracture.
right.
So did the CNA not tell you anything about the patient?
No, she didn't, I don't think she saw her that fall. She didn't, because if she had, she would have said she fell, but she just called me down to the hall to help lift her back in the chair.
Because she changed her statement to say that the patient fell, especially if you look at the AG's, the Attorney General's investigation that we submitted. So according to the investigation, you look at page 33. Um, B. Wells initially stated the same as Ms. Hooks. J. Lee patient was falling from her wheelchair and they assisted her back into the chair. They asked her to come to the facility and provide a written statement upon arrival. It was advised that there was more to the incident than originally stated. Wells said she advised that she had heard some noise coming from the room and then heard her yell out. When she went to the room, the patient was lying on the floor.
She wasn't in her room. She
Well,
was
that's
in the
what
hall.
her statement says.
She was in the hall.
But so what I'm saying is either way, the patient was on the floor and now Ms. Wells has stated that and it has been confirmed on the AG report. And you also pled guilty, and of course, Dr. Gentry brought up earlier, you pled guilty to misdemeanor abuse.
What was the abuse?
Well, you pled guilty to the charge of misdemeanor abuse.
Well, I thought all that was from the fall.
Right.
I did, because I got tired of fighting. I had went to court 3 times for this. So I just told my lawyer, I'm tired. I'm tired of fighting.
So you just pled guilty even though you don't think the patient fell.
No.
So what do you think
I didn't
happened?
see, I thought she had just slid down on the chair and because she was sitting by her chair and it was unlocked and she was sitting in front of her chair like that. So, I mean, I got tired of fighting it and I told my lawyer, let's just end it. I'm tired.
So I guess, what do you think? How do you explain the fracture of the patient?
Evidently, she hurt herself.
And there was no documentation or anything, correct?
Not for me.
Did anybody report to you that they thought the patient may have fell?
No,
So nothing, were you the charge nurse?
no, I was just a registered nurse. And I was needing some help that morning, but I didn't have any help. No nurses were there. We usually have a supervisor, but she didn't come in.
So based off of what the evidence that the patient had a fracture and that patient was not in the chair, does it appear to you that the patient probably fell? Or got out of her chair?
I didn't see her fall.
And you didn't document anything that the patient was on the
No,
floor?
I did not.
Where were you at when your license, where were you working when your license got suspended?
I was not working.
You weren't working?
I hadn't worked since March. I worked maybe 30 days and maybe 90 days in March, maybe 3 months. Then I quit. Because of all of this stuff, I just quit.
Were you working at this facility where this incident occurred?
No,
Where were you at in
I
March?
was at Singing River Hospital for a while.
Was that in March?
Yes,
And you said 30 days?
yeah. But all this stuff came, so I just was, I quit, I would quit my job.
So you quit working at Singing River after 30 days because of this incident?
I had to go to courts and it was just a lot on me.
So basically, so far you testified that Mr. Jameson made you admit the patient failed.
I'm not gonna say he made me. I'm sorry, okay.
Continue, Council.
That Mr. Jameson made you admit that the patient failed and that you just pled guilty just to plead guilty. So you don't take any accountability for any of this?
Yes, sir, I do, for not documenting and
For not documenting?
right.
Um, do you plan to continue working as a nurse?
I would like to.
Why hadn't you been working as much lately? You said that you hadn't worked a whole lot.
No, I hadn't worked a whole lot. Not this year, because my license got suspended. And then, going through all this, I couldn't work.
So do you agree that this, well, I guess you pled guilty to abuse, but do you think that the incident that occurred caused the patient harm?
Could have, yes.
No further questions, John.
At this time, after reviewing all of the exhibits and listening to the testimony, does the panel have any questions?
I do, Commissioner. In the report from the Attorney General's office, there was a quote. G. Hooks stated, quote, "I don't have time for this. I'm not sending her out." G. Hooks then placed the patient in the day room. It goes on to say, G. Hooks stated, "She has had so many falls already, she does not have time to send her out." It was then noted that the patient began to vomit, and she informed G. Hooks that this who responded to that she was about to get off of work and did not have time to deal with it, but she would get her medication ready for the vomit. So,
No, I never said I didn't have time.
okay,
I never saw her vomit either.
okay,
Excuse me.
okay. So this report from the Attorney General's office that has you quoted is incorrect? Is that what I'm
I
understanding?
never said that.
You didn't say that?
No,
Okay,
that's in a statement somewhere, but I never said that.
yes, ma'am. Okay, well, it's quoted and it said you said both of those things. So,
I know.
okay, so you're just clarifying that you did not say that.
No, I did not.
Mr. Walker asked you about working and I didn't understand your answer. So do you feel you could work as a registered nurse at this time?
Sure,
You do?
yeah.
Okay. In
I would
what,
like to work as a nurse.
in what capacity do you feel that you could be a safe nurse at this point?
Well, I would love to go to quality assurance again, something like that.
So not direct patient care?
I can do direct patient care. I would love to go and do hospital work or dialysis. That's my first, love. My first passion for nursing,
Dialysis?
dialysis.
You did that for a long time?
Yes, about 25 years.
Okay. Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question. When was the last time you did work?
I worked the beginning of the year, maybe 30 days.
Beginning of the year?
Yes, I hadn't worked since.
Beginning of this year?
Yes,
And that's when you were at Singing River?
yes.
Yes. And what capacity did you work at Singing River?
On a rehab floor.
Rehab floor. Okay, what type of work did that entail?
Passing meds and starting IVs, stuff like that.
Also, Mr. Walker asked you about your sobriety date and you said you couldn't recall. Do you think it was around 2008 or was it nearer to?
Oh, it was
Correct.
before 2000. Well, I started the recovery program in 2008.
Yes, ma'am.
So I went to, before I started the recovery program, I went to inpatient rehab.
Treatment facility.
Mhm.
Okay. So your sobriety date was around that time, the
Yeah.
inpatient facility 30-day. Okay. Ma'am, thank you.
Hey, good afternoon. Do you have, you got the reports there? Is yours pages numbered?
Yes.
Mine's 29, it's exhibit B9. Mine's on the computer, so it might be a little different than yours. Okay. And is that your handwritten? statement?
Yes, yes.
So just, I guess I'm a little confused. So from what you're telling us that you didn't see the patient fall. And the
No.
CNA came to you telling you that the patient was yelling for help, correct?
Mhm.
And that you found the patient in the floor. And y'all assisted her back
Back
to
in the wheelchair.
chair, bed, wheelchair. Did you do an assessment on this patient?
Yes, I did. It was during COVID, so we had to do vitals. We had to do temps like every 6 hours, but we had to do vitals when we get to the,
But did you do an assessment?
yes, I did.
Okay. You didn't see anything? Did you document anything?
I did.
And the rule of thumb, if you didn't document it,
I don't know.
okay. So, but this statement that you wrote down here on July the 7th, is that an accurate statement?
Well, had slid out the chair. I put sliding. Maybe that's inaccurate.
But that's not, I think we've kind of determined that's her sliding in the chair was not the cause of what happened to this patient.
Right.
Okay. My question for you is, so you didn't do an assessment, correct?
I did.
You did do an
Yeah,
assessment?
we had to do vitals and,
But, I mean, like
and a body, yes, a body assessment.
when then the CNA told you that the patient was still complaining of pain,
I had medicated her with
You medicated her.
tramadol. I think it was tramadol.
right? Did you go back after you gave her the medication? Yep, tramadol. Did you go
Yes.
back
Yes,
and reassess that tramadol to see if it was working?
yes, I did. And I had her sit, I always have her, when I'm at work, I always have her sitting in the day room with us so we can see her.
Mhm.
When the CNAs has to change her or check her every couple of hours, they take her to her room and bring her back.
So in the normal procedures, if you had found someone that you didn't know if they'd fallen, they slid or
Mhm.
whatever, would you normally would you call for outside assistance to have them transported?
Yes, yes, I do.
And why was this not falling in that normal procedure?
It was during COVID. I had 30 patients. I didn't have any help. Supervisor wasn't there. And I guess I got caught up and didn't follow through.
That was all I have.
There you are.
If there are not any other witnesses, I would like to move to closing statements.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hooks has pled guilty to misdemeanor abuse of a vulnerable adult on August 8th, 2024, as a result of her actions in 2021. Ms. Hooks did not report or document the fall of a resident, following which a patient actually suffered a fracture. That went undiscovered for days because of the actions of Ms. Hooks. Her plea alone is clear and convincing evidence that she is guilty of all the charges in the complaint. Please remember that clear and convincing is the only burden needed today. This is well below the reasonable doubt standard that was needed for criminal charges. It should be impossible for this panel to make a finding of anything other than guilty based on just her plea alone. Ms. Hooks, without question, has violated the Nurse Practice Act. We respectfully ask this board panel to consider taking disciplinary action on the license of Ms. Hooks. Thank you.
Looks at this time, you can present your closing statements.
Realize I made a mistake for not documenting. I should have let some of the stuff go and just did what I was supposed to do with the documentation. That was my fault. But I never saw her fall. But still, I was responsible for her well-being. And I would like to go back to work as an RN. I think I'll do fine. And I've learned a big lesson about documenting and how important it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing in case number 2021-0592. I will now entertain a motion from the board to close the meeting to determine whether any grounds exist to go into executive session. I make a motion to close the meeting. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, if not, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Now I'd like to entertain a motion to go into executive session under Mississippi Code annotated 25-41-7D to deliberate on this matter. I make the motion to go into closed executive session. Okay, it has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor use the sign aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. The board is now in executive session and will deliberate on this. We're back on the record in case number 2021-0592, licensee with number R-771029, and I will announce the board's decision. The board finds that the licensee is guilty of all 4 charges in the complaint at this time, and licensee's license is suspended based on the following stipulations to be completed within 180 days after the completion of the probation given in justice court and all of the terms thereof. Also, there's a $500 fine. A compliance officer and licensee must undergo a psychiatric and psychological evaluation for mental and substance abuse. At that time, licensee suspension can be lifted if all those terms and conditions are met within 180 days, and that's contingent upon the findings in the psychological evaluation. Any questions?
No.
All of the terms and conditions will be mailed to you in an order in 45 days.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all.
Next up on the docket, cause number 2024-0923, Lauren Brooks. Good afternoon, Ms. Brooks. I'm Alexis Morris. I'll serve as the hearing officer. In this matter, my job and role during this proceeding will be to move on any objections, any questions to the evidence raised by the parties, to see the orderliness of the process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules of the state of Mississippi and the board. At this time, I would ask members of the board that are on this panel to introduce themselves, and also please identify the alternate.
Lacey Gentry, RN.
Nancy Norris Johnson, I'll be honored. Holly Walker, LPN. Janie Clanton, RN.
At this time, with the attorney representing the board, please state your name for the record.
Brandon Walker.
Ms. Brooks is here. Are you represented by counsel?
No, ma'am.
I have a couple of questions to ask you. You do understand that you have the right to an attorney. You also understand that you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf. Yes. You further understand that you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf. Yes. Notwithstanding the same, you wish to proceed without counsel representation. At this time, I'd like to handle any preliminary matters.
Yes, Your Honor. We would like to introduce B1 through B20 as evidence.
Any objection to B1 through B20 being admitted? Do you have any exhibits that you'd like to present? At this time, I would ask that B1 through B20 be admitted as exhibits into the record. Are there any other individuals in attendance that will give testimony today?
Rebecca Martin.
And do you have any witnesses?
No, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, Madam Court Reporter, please swear in the witnesses.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Do.
I'm going to give you the order of the hearing. We will start with opening statements. We'll hear arguments from each side or any information that you would like to present to the panel. We will allow for questioning. At the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, there will be closing statements. The board panel will make findings of fact and conclusions of law and render a decision, and a copy of that decision will be mailed to you.
Okay.
Are there any other outstanding matters at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Ready to proceed with opening statement?
Thank you, Your Honor. We're here today because Ms. Brooks has violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1F, and that she has negligently or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice or licensure. Today, the evidence will show that she entered into an agreed settlement proposal with the board that resulted in a final order being issued. That was issued on December 6, 2023, and that order incorporated the terms of an ASP that was executed by Ms. Brooks, wherein she admitted to unprofessional conduct and that she possessed, obtained, furnished, or administered drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed while she was employed as an RN at Grenada Rehabilitation and Healthcare Center. In May of 2023, she pled guilty to 2 counts of acquiring and possessing controlled substances by misrepresentation of fraud arising from incidents that occurred in April of 2019 when she diverted hydrocodone from residents during her employment at Grenada Rehab. She was sentenced to 6 months of non-adjudicated supervised probation. As part of her December 2023 order, she was required to drug screen and was required to complete certain educational courses. Today, the evidence will show that in the 9 months since entry of the final order by the board, she has failed to complete the chemical dependency evaluation, has failed to complete 2 educational courses, and has had at least 3 positive drug screens. As such, she has failed to comply with the terms of the December 2023 final order, and we are here today for a show cause hearing.
Any opening statements for the board or anything you would like for the board to consider?
Not right now.
Call your first witness, Counselor.
Board calls Ms. Rebecca Martin. Ms. Martin, will you please state your name, county of residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
Rebecca Martin, I reside in Madison County and I work Mississippi Board of Nursing.
Ms. Martin, do you mind speaking up just a little louder? I do apologize for that. Madam Court Reporter, thank you.
How long have you worked here at the board?
About 4 years.
And what's your position here at the board?
I'm a compliance case manager.
And will you tell us what a case manager does?
After a final board order is executed and given to the participants, case managers help them fulfill their final board order.
So kind of tell us what your duties are in this role.
We go over educational courses if they're required to take them, how to go about taking those educational courses, as well as providing information of evaluations and how to pay their fine and drug screening.
Okay, and once a final order is entered in the case, is a compliance case manager then assigned to assist that applicant in being compliant with that final order?
Yes, sir.
And are you the case manager that's currently assigned to this case?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us why we're here today?
Yes, Miss Brooks did not comply with her final board order. She did not pay her fine. She did not take a couple of the educational courses, the evaluation, and she failed several drug screenings and did not show for several.
Look at page 5 and we ID that document for us.
Yes, this is her license verification for Miss Brooks.
Can you tell us when she was first licensed in Mississippi?
The license issue date is June 3rd, 2015,
What was she licensed as?
an RN.
And can you tell us what the current status of her license is?
Inactive because she is suspended.
Turn over to page 7 and identify that for the record.
This is the notice of hearing.
And this, can you tell us when it was originally set for?
It was originally set for October 3rd, 2024.
And let's look at page 15. We also identify that one as well.
Yes, this is the second notice of hearing for December 3rd.
And who was it sent to?
Miss Brooks.
Okay. If you turn over to the next page, page 16, will you tell us what that is?
This is the complaint that was sent to Miss Brooks.
Can you tell us what date that complaint was filed?
It was filed on September 3rd, 2024.
Okay. And on the next page, I'm sorry, on page 18, it's not for the next page. Will you tell us what that is?
There's an order suspending Miss Brooks's license.
And is that order signed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who signed that order?
Dr. Johnson.
Okay. And can you tell us what this order of suspension means?
Means that she is not able to practice as a nurse until after the hearing today.
Okay, let's go back to the complaint that was on page 16. Yeah. What does it list? What are the charges? What is the charge against Ms. Brooks?
That she will negligently or willfully violated any rule or regulation of the board pertaining to the nurse practice licensure.
Okay, you have to speak loud for the court reporter, but can you kind of summarize the facts in the complaint?
Yes, she did not do a chemical dependency evaluation, some educational courses, and tested positive for on drug screenings, at least 3.
Okay. Flip over to page 25. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is her final board order from December 6, 2023.
And does this final order incorporate the an agreed settlement between Ms. Brooks and the board?
Yes, sir.
And what's the date of that final order?
December 6, 2023.
Okay. In paragraph 8, we please tell the board what Ms. Brooks did that was subject, the reason for this ASP.
Engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed in violation of 30 Mississippi Annotated Code 2820 R1-2R.
And what was specifically required in number 9F? I think it's on page 28.
9F is legal aspects of nursing course to be done within 180 days per order.
And has she completed the legal aspects of nursing?
No, sir.
What was required? 9G, will you tell us what was required in 9G?
An everyday ethics course, guiding nursing practice course within 90 days.
Has she completed the everyday ethics course?
No, sir.
And is that course online?
Yes, sir.
Go down to J under number 9. What was required in that paragraph?
An evaluation for chemical dependency, substance abuse within 60 days per order.
Has she completed that?
No, sir.
Okay. And what about 9P?
Abstain from addictive substances.
Okay.
Throughout her-
Sorry, go ahead.
Throughout her order.
Okay. Let's go to page 58. Can you tell us what we're looking at here on page 58?
This is a drug screening test result from March 21, 2024.
And who's this test for?
Miss Lauren Brooks,
And what is it? What was the date it was collected?
3/21/24.
And can you tell us what the results were?
She was positive for cannabinoid. Cannabis.
Sorry, can you, will you?
She was positive for THC.
Did you submit this for MRO?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the panel what an MRO is?
An MRO is done where we send it to the medical review officer for Spectrum, and that would be Dr. Lubin, to review the results and consult with the participant.
Can you tell us what's on page 60 here?
This is the notes from Dr. Lubin in communication with Ms. Brooks.
What did Dr. Lubin state in that, what's on page 60 in that MRO?
It says participant returned my call, denies the use of THC, however, admits to the use of CBD oil for her knee. Although the result is compatible with the use of CBD containing product, I cannot know with 100% certainty that it is the cause of this result, and any other source of THC test is positive.
Thank you. Flip over to page 65, please. Can you tell us what this is showing here?
This is a drug screening test result from Ms. Brooks for May 2nd, 2024. It was positive.
What was it positive for?
For ETG, ETS, which is ethanol alcohol.
And was this also sent for MRO?
Yes, sir.
On page 67, is this the MRO?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what Dr. Lubin said in this MRO?
Yes, it says participant returned my call, stated she had been taking alcohol-based cold medicine since she had COVID. Although the alcohol in this can be cause this result, would consider a PET if history accurate test should be negative or near negative, test positive.
Okay. All right, turn over to page 75 and state for the record what that is.
This is the PET test for Miss Lauren Brooks on July 2nd, 2024, which was positive.
Well, what was it positive for?
Alcohol.
And was this sent to, sent for MRO?
Yes, sir.
On page 76, is that the MRO?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what it says for the record?
Yes, it says no response to messages and no answer when called today. Therefore, we'll finalize with this without an interview. Results indicate that a minimum of 7 ounces of alcohol was ingested in the 2 to 4 weeks preceding the blood draw. This indicates ongoing alcohol consumption after I last spoke to her on 5/30/2024. Test is positive.
So it resulted as positive as well?
Yes, sir.
Flip back a few pages to page 70. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is another PET test done by Lauren Brooks on 5/24/2024, and it was positive.
What was it positive for?
Alcohol.
And was this also MRO?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what the MRO said about Dr. Lubin?
Yes, it said participant returned my call, stated that she had been ill and consumed prescribed cough medicine that was not alcohol-free. Also may have had kombucha, but not certain. This results indicates that in the 2 to 4 weeks prior to the blood draw, she consumed a minimum of 7 ounces of alcohol. And at this level, I would estimate 20 to 24 ounces consumed. This seems more than the prescription cough medicine would have contributed. However, I cannot know with 100% certainty that additional alcohol was consumed. Suggest frequent UDS with ETG, ETS, and follow up PET in 4 weeks. Test is positive.
Okay, so he said it was positive,
Yes,
but he was
sir.
unable, I'm sorry, but he was unable to conclusively state whether it could have been cough syrup that had been prescribed.
Yes, sir.
Did Ms. Brooks provide a copy of the prescription for the cough syrup during this time frame?
No, sir.
Okay.
Well, on 4/24, she did give the promethazine prescription.
For the cough syrup?
Yeah.
Okay. Turn over to page 72. Can you tell us what this is showing?
This is a prescription positive test for Lauren Brooks on 6/13/2024.
What were the results of that test?
She was positive for clozapine.
Anything else?
Benzodiazepine.
Okay. On page 74 on that MRO,
Mhm.
what does it state there?
Requested for UDS with clozapine 885 and creatinine 200.6 RX for clozapine is reported. Test is compatible with that. Test is prescription positive.
Is that positive consistent with the prescription, the PMP you had on file?
With the PMP, but the last time I got a clozapine prescription from her doctor was in March.
You have to talk a little louder. I don't.
Sorry. Yes, per the PMP, but the last time I received a prescription from her doctor from the prescription form was back in March of 2024.
Turn over to page 102. 2. Can you tell us what this is?
This is a PMP for Ms. Brooks.
What's the date range? What is a PNP?
It is all the controlled substance prescriptions that she gets from the pharmacy.
And can you tell us the date range on this report?
Yes, 9/18/2023 and 9/18/2024.
Okay, if you will, let's go back. I know it's a lot of pages. Go back to page 31. You identified it as the final order. We tell the panel what's listed under paragraph 11.
Yet non-compliance shall include but is not limited to non-receipt of verification as having successfully completed all required educational courses and or workshops on or before the due date, failure to adhere to any terms of this ASP in violation of the nursing practice law, and any violation of 30 Mississippi Annotated Code Part 2820 and Part 2840.
So upon signing and executing this ASP, she was aware that non-compliance could result in further disciplinary action.
Yes, sir.
What's the typical process for licensees that are under compliance with the board when they have a violation or have a mess up?
So what happens first, we'll send them an affidavit if they have a positive drug screening. Now, if it's educational courses and evaluation, we will send a letter of concern letting them know that we're concerned that either the date is coming up or the date has passed, their due date has passed.
So can you explain the difference between an LOC and an affidavit?
On a letter of concern, we're just notifying them of our concern. An affidavit has to be accepted by the compliance committee. And they have to say yes or no to acceptance of the affidavit, which has a $500 fine.
So is a letter of concern issued at some point?
Yes, sir.
And is that what's on page 77, if you look at that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what was the purpose of this letter?
This was notifying her that she had failed to pay her fine by the due date of February 4th, also failing to complete her everyday ethics course, which was due March 5th, failing to complete the self-care and course and substance abuse course.
Okay.
And then at the bottom, your legal aspects and nursing course is due June 3rd. I will give you an extension to complete these requirements by that date. If you do not complete them by the date, you will be sent an affidavit too for noncompliance.
So did you attempt previously to have Ms. Brooks execute an affidavit in this case?
Yes, for the the positive THC.
Is that this on page 82?
Yes, sir. No, that- Affidavit too.
That's it. So what happened with that? Why was it she issued an affidavit too?
Because by June 3rd, she did not complete the everyday ethics, the legal aspects of nursing, the evaluation, as well as the fine. She did complete the self-care and substance abuse courses.
Okay, so she was sending an affidavit too because she had other issues arise?
Yes, she tested positive for, she had tested positive for more drug screens.
What happened with after the affidavit too?
She did try to pay the $500 fine, but it was sent back to her because it did not go in front of the compliance committee. But I did notify her that I had received it, but it needed to be notarized, and she didn't get it notarized.
So it was sent back?
Yes,
And so it was taken to the compliance committee and they sent her for a show cause?
yes, sir.
Okay. So to summarize this up, Ms. Brooks failed to come up with a pendency evaluation, failed to do educational classes and has tested positive. At least 4 occasions since the entry of the last order in December. Is that what you've testified to?
Yes.
On page 106, can you tell us what this is or what this shows?
Yeah, this is the test history report for Miss Brooks.
And can you tell me if she's been selected recently from what this shows? Test.
Yeah, she was selected on 9/5/2024 to do a PET test and she did not show.
And are there any other tests that you're aware of since the filing or since this that she has not shown for?
She has not showed up for any of the rest of the ones. I believe it's about, give or take, 4 or 5.
Okay. Has she complied with the terms of the final order?
No, sir.
And did you attempt to work with her and assist her in meeting the terms of this final order?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Brooks, do you have any questions for Ms. Denhart?
No, ma'am.
You may be excused. Thank you. Counsel, do you have any more witnesses?
The state rests.
At this time, Ms. Brooks, I'm going to allow you an opportunity to answer a couple of questions for the board and give any additional information.
Okay.
At this time, I would ask that board counsel question you.
Okay.
Ms. Brooks, will you state your name, your county of residence, and current place of employment?
Courtney Brooks, Grenada County, Mississippi, and unemployed.
Can you tell the board your educational background?
Associate's degree.
When did you get your nursing degree?
I got my LPN in 2010 and my RN in 2015.
And where at? Where'd you attend school?
Holmes Community College in Grenada.
So prior to allegations made against you today, you had disciplinary action, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us about the disciplinary action that led to this ASP that you signed?
Yes. So I was diverting narcotics at work. Opiates.
What was your drug of choice then?
Hydrocodone, oxycodone.
Have you done any type of drug programs?
Yes, I went to Florida House Experience in Deerfield Beach, Florida, and completed a 7-week program down there where they also do the inpatient treatment for substance abuse, but they also have a updated program where they do brain mapping and reprogramming. So I did do the neuro treatments while I was there as well.
And that was in Florida?
Yes.
When was that?
I went there May the 20th of 2019.
Are you currently in any type of treatment program?
No.
Do you do any type of counseling?
I was, but I no longer have insurance, so I had to quit seeing my therapist.
Is that something you plan to do in the future or?
Yes, I was diagnosed with PTSD. And so I was seeing my therapist 3 times a week to begin with, and then we went to twice a week, and then we were down to once a week. But I'm in the midst of a divorce, and due to that, I lost my health insurance coverage. So I'm not able to see her right now.
What medications are you taking currently?
Currently, I take Cymbalta, Rexulti, Klonopin, and Tizanidine.
Can you say you signed this agreement, right?
Mhm.
Can you tell us why we'll start with why haven't you taken the classes? That seems to be the simplest place to start.
When I first started going through my divorce, my husband took me off of the bank account. So I had no access to any funds.
So this was signed almost a year ago now, right?
Correct.
You had 180 days for legal aspects of nursing and then 90 days, so like 3 months for that one. And so you're saying it was because of lack of funds?
Yes.
Did you ever reach out and ask Ms. Martin for an extension or tell her your circumstances?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
I don't know. I just had a lot going on.
So you didn't ask for any assistance in that?
No,
Were you aware that the everyday ethics course is online?
yes, but it's, I think, a little over $100. And I just didn't have the money at the time. Because all at the same time, my oldest son, his dad got custody of him because he wanted to go live with him due to all of the drama in my current marriage. And I was ordered to pay $750 a month in child support for him. Plus my current husband took away my access to all funds. So I just did the courses as I could when I could pay for them.
But you didn't ask for an extension or explain anything to Ms. Martin?
I did.
You signed this in December and you haven't done an evaluation
No, to be honest, I forgot about it.
because it was due 60 days after it was signed and this was signed in December. So
That was my fault. I just forgot about that one.
and you had several, you've been in compliance for about a year now and you've had several positives. I understand one was a prescription positive. Can you offer any explanation as to that?
So the THC one, I had used some CBD oil. We had taken my oldest son to bowling and roller skating for his birthday. And I thought that since I could roller skate really well at his age, I could still do it now. And that was not the case. I fell and ended up getting a traumatic bursitis on my right knee. The CBD oil that I got said that it was THC free, but after talking to Dr. Lubin, he told me that they all carry a component of THC and that I didn't need to use any of those anymore.
Did you stop using it?
Yes.
I don't see where you've tested positive for it again. You've got a couple of tests for positive for alcohol, and they were all pretty much confirmed. And in one of them, I know he says that, he couldn't say it wasn't your prescription cough medicine, but he couldn't say it was either. Can you discuss that?
So I was working at the nursing home I was working at the time. We had a big COVID outbreak. I ended up getting COVID. I was really sick with it for several weeks. And I did take a lot of cough medicine during that time. And then the other one, I did have a couple of drinks of champagne at my brother's wedding.
But you know you we're not supposed to have champagne, right?
I did.
So you've continued to check, let me back up, I'm sorry. The test that's showing right here on, September 5th, why did you not show for it?
I didn't have the money.
So you've continued to check in, is that correct?
Yes.
And you just aren't testing?
Right. I've been unemployed since August. So I've had no income.
So if income is gonna be an issue, I guess, how can the board, because you're under a board order now, correct?
Yes.
Because of actions of diverting medication, as you've admitted.
Right.
So how can the board monitor you if you can't test?
Um, well, I was testing while I was working. But now that I have no source of income, it's like $200 per test. And I don't have that.
But even, I mean, you'll admit, even though when you were testing, you were still getting positives, correct? Even though some of these were MRO'd with had positives, correct? While you were
I
testing.
did.
I mean, I guess, why do you think the board should let you keep practicing nursing? How can you assure the board that you can practice safely if you can't pay to test?
If I was able to work and had income, I could pay to test. There's really only one true positive on here, and that was the champagne, which I knew I should not have done.
Well, you say not a true positive, but they're not a true negative either, right? I mean, that,
Well, he said he couldn't prove with 100% certainty that that's what it was.
right, but on the other ones, they're clearly negative.
Right.
Right. No further questions, Your Honor.
Before I let the panel ask a couple of questions, do you have any information you'd like to present on your own behalf before they question you?
I suffer from PTSD, child abuse from my mother. I moved out of her house when I was a senior in high school and lived with the boyfriend and his mom for 2 years, and he beat me to a pulp every day until I left and lived in my car for almost a year. I ended up getting pregnant and realized that that was not going to work. So I put myself through LPN school. And then I was sexually assaulted by multiple assailants one night, which I never told anybody about at the time because I was embarrassed. So I just went years not dealing with any of the trauma. And in 2017, I believe it was, I had chronic recurrent kidney stones and was prescribed hydrocodone and oxycodone, and I ended up getting addicted to those. I went back to school to get my RN. I got married. He was also very abusive, but he comes from a very prominent family. So I just looked at it as I have a home, so I'll just deal with the abuse. So I started self-medicating. And then I did just have a bad depression break, and that's when I started seeing my counselor. And that's when I was diagnosed with the PTSD and major depressive disorder. I do still see my PCP every month. She sees me and doesn't charge me while I don't have insurance right now. And she gives me samples of like the Rexulti because it's a newer drug, so it's really expensive. The other medications I'm able to get through a discounted rate through a privately owned pharmacy.
This time I'd like the panel to ask any questions that you may have.
Hey,
I'm hearing what you say, and I'm hearing no support systems whatsoever, less the PCP that's seeing you gratis every month. Can you tell me or us any support systems?
I do have my grandparents. My grandmother mostly. My grandfather was very supportive. He runs a grocery store in our hometown. And 2 years ago, he was assaulted by a customer and ended up with a TBI. So I have to help take care of him now. But I do have a really good friend that is a social worker. I talk to her every day. And I'm also seeing someone new. He is a retired deputy chief from the fire department. He had to retire 5 years ago because he got leukemia and ended up having amyloidosis of the heart and had a heart transplant. So we are kind of helping each other right now.
I, do you have a sobriety date?
May the 10th of 2019, or no, May the 20th of 2019 is the last time that I took any pain pills. I did have a VP shunt placed in November of 2020. I did not take any narcotic pain medications with that. And then I had a total hysterectomy July of 22, and I did not take any narcotic pain medications with that either, because I didn't want to relapse back on the narcotic pain medications.
Do you understand our concern with the positive drug screen?
I do.
So you lack the courses. The 2 courses, I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, at $200 per drug screen. Does it concern? That's a lot.
That's a lot.
It is, and to have 5 positives, be it false positive, non-negative, you know what I'm saying? That if you've got so much on the line, I guess my question would be, I in the situation you're in, I would assume one would be ultra vigilant to ensure that it would be negative.
Mhm.
That the CBD, that, you know, and the alcohol containing cough syrup.
Right.
Did that not go through your mind beforehand? This could result in a positive. So do you understand what I'm asking?
I see what you're saying. Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
what?
I was so sick at that point. I didn't care.
You didn't care. Okay.
I was very sick with COVID at that time.
Are you currently in an NA or AA?
I do go to Celebrate Recovery on Tuesday nights, at one of our local churches.
Do you have a plan going forward? On how to get, what is your plan to fix this?
I need to get back in therapy. I was doing the AA, I had a sponsor, but I didn't really feel like I was benefiting from it. So that's why I started doing the Celebrate Recovery, because I like it better.
Do you have I know you said you're unemployed, but in order to complete what we require, you're gonna have to have some sort of income in order to pay for this.
Right,
It's not cheap.
right,
It's not free.
right.
And that's gonna be on you. So, I think you need a plan.
Are you, that you said you don't, that AA is not your preferred, um, support group in the Celebrate Recovery, is what you'd like to do as far, going forward. And you do have a sponsor?
Yes.
Okay. And where are you in your 12-step process?
We've made it to 5.
In your opinion, could you safely enter the nursing workforce today?
Yes. I feel better when I'm at work or when I am busy, as opposed to having that void of nothing. Because in the last year, my whole world has been turned upside down. My oldest son went to live with his dad in Hernando. And my husband that I'm going through the divorce with has my youngest child and has not let me see him or communicate with him since October of last year.
Would you be willing to get a non-nursing job to help pay?
I did have one, and the company I was at, I was office manager for an automotive body shop. They had 2 body shops, a Ford and a Chevy, and they ended up combining the 2. And the girl that worked at the other shop had seniority over me, so I was laid off
When was that?
at Kirk
No. When? Oh, when? Yes,
in August.
this year.
Yes, ma'am.
It's December. So what have you done in the meantime to help supplement your income to possibly get you through?
I am getting unemployment benefits right now, but it's only $200 a week.
Okay.
And I'm still having to pay the $770 in child support and eat and just everyday expenses. So. And I've been working with the unemployment office to try and find anything.
One more question. Are you currently up to date on your child support? Are you able to pay that every month?
I'm not up to date.
Any other questions? Any other questions, council?
No, Your Honor.
At this time, we'll hear the closing statements.
Today, the evidence has shown clearly and convincingly that Ms. Brooks has violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1F, and that she has negligently or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to the nursing practice licensure. This order that she signed, or this ASP she entered into, was signed December 6th, so 3 days shy of a year ago. She agreed this wasn't ordered. She agreed that she would do everything in here that was required. An evaluation for chemical dependency, taking educational courses, drug testing. None of this was a surprise or like I said, ordered. It's stuff she agreed to. This was a second chance for Ms. Brooks after she'd admitted to diverting drugs. And in that time, she's had at least 4 positives. While some of them were not true positives, they weren't true negatives either. And clearly, we know what a true negative looks like because she had 4 or 5 of those as well. So while the argument may be, well, we can't say it's not a cough syrup, well, we couldn't say it wasn't either. And that's not a negative. Cough syrup is known to have alcohol in it. So if we're talking about second chances, I believe Ms. Brooks has had one. And it may be the issue that Ms. Brooks is not ready to practice nursing safely, because I don't know how the board can carry out its duty of protecting the public if we can't safely monitor somebody who has a clear substance abuse problem. So based on that, we would ask the board to consider taking disciplinary action as is allowed in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-2. Thank you.
Any closing statements? Anything you would like to tell the board to consider?
If I was able to work, I would have the income to get caught up on these things. And I appreciate your time.
This concludes the hearing in case number 2024-0923. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to close from the board to determine whether any grounds exist to go into executive session. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor, please sign aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Now I'd like to entertain a motion to go into executive session under Mississippi Code annotated 25-41-7B to deliberate on this matter. Motion, we go into closed executive session. I'll second that motion. Any further discussion? All those in favor use the sign of aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. The board is now in executive session.
LPN. Janie Clanton, Moorhead.
And for purposes of this matter, Dr. Gentry is recused from deliberations and will not participate. Now, will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
And are there any other individuals in attendance that will give testimony today?
Ms. Jones, Twanda Jones.
Ms. Jones, please raise your right hand. We'd like the Madam Court Reporter to swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Any preliminary matters?
Yeah, Your Honor, we would request that B1 through B24 be admitted as exhibits.
At this time, I would ask that B1 through B24 exhibits and be entered as exhibits for these proceedings. Counselor, I will let you begin with opening statements, but do you have any other preliminary matters, especially relating to any notice for Ms. Carden?
Yeah, I can address. Can we also swear in Ms. Jones? I do. Okay, yep.
That's all right.
Yeah, so I can let Ms. Jones testify to the, if that'd be easier, and I'll just do a brief opening to kind of get it over.
Proceed.
Ms. Carden has only been licensed since June of 2021. So this year she just hit 3 years as a nurse and her license has already been suspended. In the first 6 months of her being licensed, she was already having issues. On December 3rd of 2021, she wrote a statement which she admitted to diverting narcotics. In that statement, she only asked for help and resources to help her. However, a few days later, she gave another statement, which was much more elegant and refined, denied taking any medication. And she actually blamed the patient for not taking the medication in that statement. She also gave another statement to the board in May of 2022, in which she blamed not only the patient, but the facility this time. And then her drug issues did not stop there. In 2024, she altered a prescription so that it would be filled for 42 Percocets instead of the intended 12 that were prescribed. Evidence will show that today and pursuant to the authority, Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take disciplinary action on her license. I'll call Ms. Twanda Jones, Your Honor. Ms. Jones, can you first look at page, I'm sorry, we first tell the board your name, county residence, and place of employment.
Tawanda Jones, Rankin County and Mississippi Board of Nursing.
And how long have you worked for the board?
I've worked for the Board of Nursing for 7 years.
And can you tell us, state for the record, what you do for the board?
As an investigator for the Board of Nursing, I investigate the allegations that come.
And so you're familiar with the investigation process?
Yes,
And is the respondent, Ms. Michelle Carden, is she a licensee of this board?
yes.
We first look at page 5 and tell us what that is.
5 is a license verification
Okay, and who's that for?
for Michelle Carden.
Okay, and when was she first licensed?
License first issued June 14th, 2021.
Does it show any discipline on her license?
Yes,
Can you tell us what that is?
suspended,
Okay. And what's the current status for her license?
administrative inactive.
Okay. If you will, flip over to page 7. Can you state for the record what this is?
Page 7B5 is a notice of hearing,
And who is this sent to?
Michelle Carden,
Can you, what date was it sent?
June 28th, 2024.
Okay, do you see her address there that's listed? You don't have to read it in the record, but do you see her address listed there?
I do.
Okay, if you will, flip with me to page 11. I'm sorry. Let me back up. I apologize. Go backwards to page 3. Does the address that was listed on that notice, can you tell us what we're looking here on page 3?
Page 3 is information from nurses regarding the respondent.
Okay, Does that address that's listed here in her nurse's file, does it match the address that's listed on her notice?
Yes, it matches.
Okay. Flipping back to page 7, do you see the last 4 numbers where it says via certified mail number at the top of the page on the notice of hearing?
Last 4 digits?
There's 2 at the end, but the 4 right there, the next to last digits.
They match.
What we read those into the record, please?
Okay, 09260.
Okay, and if you will, now let's go back to page 11. I'm sorry, I know I've had you jumping.
That's page 11.
Do those numbers on the tracking number match? We first tell us what this is on page 11.
Page 11 is a USPS tracking report,
Mhm.
and the numbers are 09240, and they match that of the notice of hearing.
Okay, so it was sent to her via certified mail. The notice was,
Yes,
and we verified that address that she has listed with the board is the address that we sent her notice of hearing to, correct?
that is correct.
Okay. On page 10, can you tell us what it shows there? You said her status, license status was admin inactive. Can you address what page 10 shows?
Page 10 is an order suspending the license for the responder.
Okay. And what date was it signed?
It was signed on the 28th day of June 2024.
Okay. Thank you. If you will, turn back over to page 8 and identify that for the record.
Page 8 is the complaint for the responder.
And can you tell us, you can just kind of summarize some of the charges in that complaint, or you can read them out.
So charge 1 is the respondent negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that failed to meet general accepted standards as such nursing practice. Charge 2, the respondent is addicted to, a dependent on alcohol or other habit-forming drugs, or is a habitual user of narcotics, barbiturates, amphetamines, hallucinogenics, and other drugs having similar effect or misappropriation any medication. Charge 3, the respondent has failed or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on records. Charge 4, the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely misappropriation of drugs, supplies, or equipment in violation of the code. Charge 5, the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely practicing nursing while the ability to practice is impaired by physical or emotional condition. Charge 6, the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rule, namely passing or attempting to pass or forge prescription in violation of the code. And the last charge is charge 7, the respondent engaged in conduct likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. And are there any facts listed in the complaint that support those charges?
Yes.
And we just kind of summarize those. I know it's a lot. Can you just kind of summarize the facts listed against the respondent?
Okay. As a summary of the facts in the first paragraph, on December 3rd, 2021, the respondent was working at Baptist Memorial Hospital. She was called into a meeting because of a complaint from a patient. The patient indicated that they did not get any pain medication. So an investigation was opened. They determined that there were some narcos that were pulled and documented, but the patient did not get it. They drug screened the patient, and the patient, the levels were not there consistent with what was pulled and documented. She gave a written statement, several different written statements. One of her statements, she admitted to taking the 2 narco home to take for herself. Then she submitted another statement and she indicated that She felt that she was under pressure and duress when she gave that statement, and she did not say that she took the medication home with her. And then each time she gave a statement, it just got more involved in what was wrong. She said that it was staffing issues, it was problems with not being able to force a patient to take medication. Sometimes she'd just leave the medication there and she didn't know if the patient actually took the medication. That's for that particular case. And then the second paragraph speaks of a case where she forged a prescription for narco. She was seen in the emergency room by one of the physicians on staff. She was working that night, asked him to see her. He saw her and prescribed her narco, but he prescribed 12. So what she did was she took the prescription to the pharmacy and she said she wasted water on it, but that was the only area of the prescription that looked like it was altered, was a quantity. So the pharmacist called the hospital to ask the physician, what did he prescribe for her? So in his medical record, it showed that he prescribed for her the 12 narco. So she presented that prescription to the pharmacy, and the pharmacy called the hospital, and then the hospital in turn did a investigation and talked to the physician and found out that it was actually altered. It should have been 12 and not 42. So when she was there to pick it up, the prescription up from the pharmacy, the Narcotics Bureau for Oxford was called, and the Oxford PD was called as well. They were gonna arrest her, but she said that she had a dislocated shoulder, so they let her go home, but they informed her that it will be presented to the grand jury. And it was presented to the grand jury, and a true bill of indictment was passed down from the grand jury.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. I'm gonna let you look at just a few of the things you touched on, just real quick. We'll turn to page 31. You said she gave a statement, but she gave several statements regarding the missing the Norco. Can you tell us what page 31 shows?
Page 31B9 is a statement that the respondent provided to the facility. And she talked about the incident with the narco and the patient. She said that she gave him and scanned the band, but instead of giving him the 2 narcos, she took them home with her to take for herself. Keep going.
Yeah, can you tell us what else she says in her statement there?
Okay, so second paragraph, she talks about needing help. She realized that she's never done anything like this before, but she was asking for help. She never meant to hurt anyone. And she asked for help.
So this was her first statement that she gave,
Yes,
and you said earlier that she gave 2 more statements.
that is correct.
How can you kind of tell us how they were different, or were they similar?
They were somewhat similar, but the second statement, she said that she felt like she was answering under stress and duress, and she did not take the narco for herself. And she went on to talk about the conditions, the working conditions there at the facility, where she felt like she was just stressed out. And then she also talked about the fact that she has no way of ensuring or making the patient take the medication.
And then, I'm sorry, on that first statement on page 31, what was it dated for the record?
December 3rd, 2021.
Okay. All right, and then you said she had a second case that involved a prescription, is that correct?
That's correct.
We look at page 51. Can you tell us what page 51 shows?
B17, page 51 is a prescription from Panola Medical Center for the Percocet, and it has been altered on the quantity.
And what does the quantity show?
42 is it was changed to.
Can you tell us the physician that signed that?
Yes, Dr. William MacArthur was a physician that wrote the prescription for the Percocet.
And who is it for?
It's for the respondent.
Okay, on page 53, we just tell us what that is right there?
Page 53 is the second page of her progress note at the Panola Medical Center when she was seen by Dr. MacArthur.
Can you tell us what he says in that progress note?
Patient is to follow up with her PCP as soon as possible and proceed with referral to neurology for further evaluation and treatment. I will prescribe Percocet, 10 milligrams, 325 milligrams, 1 tablet every 6 to 8 hours as needed for headache. Number 12 tablets with no refill. I'll also prescribe Zofran ODT 8 milligrams as needed for nausea and vomiting. Number 20 tablets with no refills.
Okay, and the last thing we'll look at is on page 56 and 50, I'm sorry, it's just page, yeah, 56 and 57. Can you tell us what this is first?
Okay, 56, 57, B20 is a statement, a written statement that was given to Human Resources for Panola Medical Center from Dr. William MacArthur.
And can you tell us, did he sign this statement?
He did.
Can you tell us just what he said in his statement about the prescription?
Briefly, what he said about this prescription is that he ordered 12 and it appeared that she altered it, and he realized that on the original prescription, he just put a number, but he did not he did not write out the number. He just put the number 12, where normally he would put the number 12 and he would do spell out the number 12. But on this particular prescription, he failed to do the written part of the number 12.
So did he verify in his statement that he wrote it for 12? and not
Yes.
14? Okay. No further question, John. Stay rest.
Move forward with closing if you have any.
I'll waive closing and if that's okay.
That concludes the matter in hearing number 2024-0483 and 2022-0226. Michelle Cardin. At this time, I will entertain a motion to close the meeting from the board to determine whether any grounds exist to go into executive session. Motion and a second, any discussion? If not, all those in favor, use the sign aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Now I would entertain a motion to go into executive session under Mississippi Code annotated 25-41-7D to deliberate on this matter. Okay, any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, use the sign aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. The board is now in executive session and will deliberate on this matter. and 2022-0226, and I will announce the board's decision. Michelle Cardin, license number R 918539, has been found guilty of all 7 counts in the complaint. And as a result, license number R 918539 has been revoked. The penalty of revocation is for each of the guilty findings, and such penalties shall be considered as separate and distinct. Respondent may be eligible to have license restored after 1 year from the date the executive director signs the order. And the instructions for restoration can be found on the board's website. Any other matters on the docket today?
No, Your Honor.
At this time, I would like to entertain a motion from the board to enter into a motion to close the meeting, to determine the need to go into executive session for purposes of reviewing the ASPs.
I make a motion that we close.
Any further discussion? All those in favor use the sign aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Now I would like to entertain a motion to go into executive session under Mississippi Code annotated 25-41-7D to deliberate on the ASP.
I make a motion we go into close executive session.
Any discussion? All those in favor use the sign aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. The board is now in executive session. read the findings of the board. Okay, the board has accepted and approved the following ASPs. Case number 2019-0589, 2024-0045, 2023-1150, 2024-0759, 2024-0162, 2021-0389, 2022-1010, 2020-0861, 2023-0506, 2024-0519, 2023-0413, 2023-0512, 2023-0248, and 2022-0258. The board has approved pending modification of 2023-0051 and 2024-0820. Okay. If there is no other board business, I will turn it over to Madam Chair to adjourn the meeting. We are adjourned. Thank you.